heard on SiriusXM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the SiriusXM app.
This
slams a ball to right field, way back, way gone.
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second to throw. In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays look for a sweep today as they play the 4th of 4 at Fenway Park in Boston. 3 straight wins for Toronto. Can they do something that they've only ever done once in franchise history? We'll find out in just a couple of minutes. Hi, everyone. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Show Ali is our host and producer. Tom Young and Brandon Brown are our technical directors. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in St. John and St. Stephen, New Brunswick. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986. So protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. The Blue Jays have been led by their starting pitchers through these first 13 games, and the starter that's been better than anyone else maybe is Chris Bassitt. He'll take the hill today against the 2-time World Series champion Walker Buehler, making his first start at Fenway Park as a Red Sox. First pitch coming up in a matter of minutes, and we'll be back in a second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, streaming on sportsnet.ca, the Sportsnet app, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their
Hey, baseball fans, Blue Jays fans from all over the world. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this afternoon, this evening, whatever time it may be, all over the world where you're watching. Thank you for hanging out with us. Please take the time to help us get more fans here in the chat. And how do you do that? You hit the like button, exit out of the chat, smash that like button, and then click the share and send it out to all your friends that are Blue Jays fans on social media. We'll get more and more Blue Jays fans coming into the chat, and then YouTube will send us out even more because they see everybody coming in from those shared links. We'll see you back in the chat. Go, Jays, go. Come on, Vladdy and Bo and the rest of the Jays. It's time to get winning.
Visit any of our 1,000-plus home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
This one is a shocker.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of SiriusXM.
The Denver Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
What the F is happening right now?
Of all the names that could have been said. And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
We have seen 2 of the league's best coaches get fired in the last 2 weeks. Make it make sense.
Live sports talk when you need it is on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Jays fans, this is George Springer, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
George Springer, airborne, snatches it out of the sky.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Spun in the sweeper there to get Alonso to chase outside, and there are 2 outs. 0-2, called, strike 3. Beautiful backdoor cutter. Back-to-back punchies for Chris Bassitt, 2 down. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the cutter. A scream from Bassitt and a scream of the opposite emotion from Mark Vientos.
I guess my off-season program, being out in the woods all the time, helps me with it, so cold doesn't really bother me, so it is what it is.
It's a good thing the cold doesn't bother Chris Bassitt because it's another chilly day in Boston as he gets ready for his 3rd start of the season. He has been really good so far, shutting down 2 very strong offenses in the Baltimore Orioles and the New York Mets. Today he'll take on the Boston Red Sox as the Blue Jays look for a 4-game sweep. And Chris, we had talked about it during his last start against New York. It's one of the best starts, if not the best one we've seen from Bassitt in a Blue Jay uniform.
Yeah, the most important pitch to him, and it always has been, is that sinker. If he can locate that sinker inside to lefties and then outside to lefties, inside to righties, he's an unstoppable force, especially now that he has that cutter that he can locate to the top of the strike zone to lefties. It's such a hard pitch to lay off of. It looks so good coming into lefty, especially to lefties. You start your swing, and as you start your swing, it starts to cut in on the barrel, and you have no chance of squaring it up. Chris Bassitt has looked incredible his first 2 ball games.
We'll see the third one coming up in a sec as he matches up with Walker Buehler. Before we get there, though, let's go to today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Welcome back inside Baseball Control, everyone. Show Ali with you at our downtown Toronto studios as we await first pitch at Fenway. Blue Jays aiming for the sweep in Boston. We heard some of the Chris Bassitt Ks just a couple minutes ago from his outing at Citi Field on last weekend. And today, third start of the year for him. Let's hear a little bit more on what to expect from Bassitt. Here's Blair and Barker, who were today's pregame show breaking down what to expect.
Chris Bassitt has been awfully good this year. What are you expecting from him today?
If the sinker's working, I expect the way he's looked the last couple of outings, that's the way he's going to look.
Back to the sinker.
It does. And the cutter, it's just coming off the fingers the right way. He can throw it up. It's a very tough take. He gets quick outs on it. Everybody has to sort of, because it has a late little gear to it, the movement on it sort of surprises the hitter. It's very hard to tell all that other change of speed stuff. When he's attacking the corners with those 2 pitches and can pitch up and be competitive and not throw non-competitive pitches with those 2 pitches, he's a tough get. Like you're standing on the on-deck circle watching your buddy basically get worn out and not knowing how to attack his at-bats. He has the sinker and the cutter today because of the way we've seen the Red Sox lineup look the last couple of days and the way the starting pitcher has sort of worked through and been real easy to work through it. I don't expect it to be any different today. Yeah, I think that time of the day, they're coming off the 3 outings that they've come off of. I think he's been over there watching that. I think he knows it exactly what I've just been saying there. And then he can sprinkle in the split finger, that nice little new toy he's got. He can throw the slow breaking ball, which has been really good. But, boy, it feeds off the sinker. I mean, it's more of a 2-seamer than it is a sinker. He calls it a sinker. It don't sink like a sinker sinks. It more runs. But it's where it's running. When it's running where he wants it to run, the on-deck circle hitter is pulling his hair out.
That's Blair and Barker from earlier today. They had the full 2-hour pregame show edition of B&B. They spoke to David Sampson, Lou Merloni as well for the Red Sox angle. You can find the show wherever you grab your favorite podcasts. And, of course, B&B will be along for the postgame show. Jays Talk will follow this game after the final out. Let's check out the Bet365 standings update. First pitch just a few minutes away. At Bet365, you can bet on popular markets like hits, home runs, and total bases. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19-plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Not a lot of games on the calendar tonight. Only 5 games this Thursday in Major League Baseball. The Orioles and Yankees both off. So, entering play today, the AL East has the Blue Jays sitting at 8-5. The Yankees are idle at 7-5. The Red Sox are 6-7. The Rays entered today 5-6, though they did get hammered by the Angels. 11-1, the final score. They are now 5-7. Let's get to the starting lineups before we get you back to Ben and Chris. Bo Bichette for the Blue Jays is batting leadoff at shortstop. Andres Jimenez is batting second at second base. Anthony Santander is DHing, batting third. Batting cleanup is George Springer in right field. Will Wagner's at first base, batting fifth. Ernie Clement is batting sixth at third base. Alan Roden in left field, batting seventh, batting eighth. Tyler Heineman, he is catching. Nathan Lucas is in center field. He is batting ninth. Chris Bassitt starts for the Blue Jays. It's an off day for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And Red Sox manager, here is Alex Cora's starting lineup. Jarren Duran is in left field batting leadoff. Rafael Devers is DHing, batting second. Batting third is Alex Bregman at third base. Tristan Casas is batting cleanup at first base. Trevor Story is at short. He is batting fifth. Batting sixth, Christian Campbell at second base. Wilyer Abreu is in right field batting seventh. Batting eighth, Cedon Rafaela in center field. And Carlos Narvaez rounds things out. He is batting ninth, and he is behind the dish, catching for Walker Buehler, who starts for the Red Sox. All right, we are getting close to first pitch at Fenway Park. So let's get you over to the call of the game, the series finale in Boston. 4-4, here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Red Sox charging out onto the field to get their warm-up set as Walker Buehler tosses on the mound for Boston. Game 4 of this series, Blue Jays 8-5 after 3 straight wins, sinking the Red Sox a game below 500 at 6-7. But Boston will try to get back with the Lexington, Kentucky native 30-year-old Buehler. Very well accomplished. 2 All-Stars, 2 World Series titles in his time with the Los Angeles Dodgers. But a lot of injury concerns in his career. Boston brings him over on a 1-year, $21 million deal to be in their rotation.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams probably shied away from him after the season that he had last year. 16 starts, 5.5 ERA, 75 innings, 89 hits. That's just not a guy that I want to really lead my rotation. Walker Buehler is still a very solid pitcher, but he's not the guy he used to be when he was with the Dodgers. He's more of a pitcher now. He's trying to locate those pitches. He can't just blow that good four-seamer by you anymore.
Yeah, Buehler's peak, averaging upwards of 96, 97. His career average is 96. Even last year, his fastball was sitting around 95. So far this season, it's only been 93, and he's been hurt by that and some other things. It has been a tough start to the year, an 8.68 ERA and 9 1/3 innings pitched.
Yeah, if you go back to 2019 when he was at his best, 14-4 with a 3.26 ERA, he had 215 strikeouts in just 182 innings. That's a really good strikeout rate. And then you go back to last year, he had 64 Ks in 75 innings. So that just tells me that the stuff is really diminished. It's just not the same as it used to be.
Had some great outings, though, for the Dodgers in the playoffs as they went on to win the World Series. That inspired Boston to pick him up, and Buehler steps onto the first base side of the rubber with his black cleats. Bassitt in the box, and the pitch. Hit well, left field line, screaming towards the monster. It's off the wall. Bassitt around first. He'll stop there as Duran plays it back in quickly. Another ball smoked by Bo Bassitt in this series.
Yeah, just a four-seamer on the inner third of the plate. Bo Bassitt ready for it. Actually, that four-seamer was on the black. A good job from Bo. Jumping on that pitch, hammers that thing off the wall in left field. Duran does a good job getting it in.
Time of the first pitch today, 4:11 Eastern, 8 degrees. Feels like 4 according to the forecast. It is sunny in Boston, and the pitch to Andres Jimenez, high and outside, ball 1.
You heard Chris Bassitt. This doesn't affect him.
It does not.
Although it's not that cold.
Compared to the other few days, It's like Palm Beach right now in Boston. Right on left, the 1-0. Hit foul. Andres Jimenez moved up to the 2 spot today with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. getting his first full day off of the season. He is available to pinch hit for the Blue Jays. And as Jimenez sitting second, though, and George Springer up to the cleanup spot. The 1-1. Hit foul, 1-2. For Walker Buehler, the mix is four-seamer, cutter, which he just threw, sweeper, sinker, curve, and changeup. Righty set at the belt. Turns and throws to first, and a dive back from Bo Bassitt. He's in safe under the tag.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bo Bassitt tries to steal at some point during this at-bat. He's looked pretty good on the bases so far this season. He's able to get a good jump from first base.
1-2. Hit foul on the ground.
Although some people would say you have Anthony Santander, you have George Springer coming up. Why risk that? But why not?
It's a different situation for sure than when Vlad is hitting, and a double is imminent almost any time he's up. 1-2 again. Down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes as he misses with the sinker. A matchup of number zeros between Walker Buehler and Andres Jimenez. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 95 right by him. 1 out.
That was actually a vintage Walker Buehler fastball. Had a lot of life. Still a four-seamer. Doesn't really have much movement on it. But as it hits the dirt, it almost picks up. Kind of speeds up on you. I don't know if it's the shadows, though. The shadow kind of starts halfway between the mound and the home plate.
Yeah, most of the field's in sun, but like you said, about halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way to the mound as shadow starts. Pitch to Anthony Santander, called a strike, 0-1. This first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Armstrong Bird Food, the reason birds fly north. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Santander batting left, 0-1. Hit on the ground, foul, first base side, 0-2. Walker Buehler, the 24th overall pick by the Dodgers in 2015 out of Vanderbilt. Part of a great run of Commodores teams, won the 2014 College World Series, played alongside Dansby Swanson and Pittsburgh Pirate Brian Reynolds, among others. Turn and throw back to first, and Bassitt dives back in. Really looked like Bo was thinking about going there. He was way off the bag, but he got in under the tag.
Yeah, he was kind of tiptoeing his feet a little bit. Walker Buehler probably saw that out of the corner of his eye and said, not on my watch.
0-2. Swing and a line drive, base hit. Bouncing in right field. Bassitt stops at second, Santander at first. It's another single in this first inning, and Toronto has 2 aboard with 1 out.
That's got to feel good if you're Anthony Santander. Very nice swing. Went down to get that breaking ball from Walker Buehler below the strike zone and golfed that thing into right field, right through that hole on the right side.
Blue Jays took an early lead in yesterday's game, although it would only last half an inning and it would stay tied into extra innings. They'd love to get an early lead again. First and second, 1 out. George Springer up. Buehler kicks and deals. First pitch hit on the ground, up the middle, picked up by Story. Flips to second for 1. Campbell to first. Inning-ending double play. 6-4-3. The Red Sox turn it. No runs for the Blue Jays on 2 hits. 1 left on base. No score, middle of the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local Crown Rush Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Of all the things that Timber Mart can lend a hand to build, community ranks among the most important. And with the Timber Mart Local Leaders Initiative, we strive to recognize those dedicated to making their hometowns a better place to live, work, and play. From now to June 25th, you can vote to select our grand prize winner. They'll receive a $10,000 grant to support their outstanding initiative as Timber Mart's Local Leader of the Year. To vote, visit local-leaders.com. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
Enter Night Mode. It's a stylish Friday night in the city. Every Friday home game. No doubter. Where we celebrate everything that makes our city one of a kind. Would you always feel like part of the show? On Friday, April 18th, be at the ballpark early and get your Blue Jays City Connect Bomber Jacket giveaway presented by Enercare. The first 50,000 fans will be geared up for spring nights in the city. City Connect Fridays. Night Mode. Lights up. Let's go. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Breaking news come at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
That ball is gone. Third home run in 4 batters for the Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score between the Blue Jays and Red Sox as we get going in the bottom of the first. Chris Bassitt kicks and deals. And Jarren Duran takes outside, ball 1. Third start of the year for Chris Bassitt. He's 1-0 with a 0.71 ERA in 12 2/3 innings pitched. Here's 1-0. Backdoor curve, strike 1. Home plate ump today is Manny Gonzalez, Alex Tosi at first, Ron Culpa at second, Corey Blazer at third.
I bet Chris Bassitt can't wait to take advantage of those shadows right now.
Oh, 1 swing and a miss at a splitter, 1-2.
I don't know how he's going to take advantage of those shadows, but I bet he can't wait.
Hitters often talk about the shadows messing with their ability to pick up the ball. It turns from a light color to a dark color. And the shadow getting closer to the mound, so it's almost changing shade right away as he releases the ball. Right on left matchup, the 1-2 to Duran. High and outside. Jarren Duran, 13 for 57 on the year, a .228 average. 3 doubles, a triple, 7 RBIs. 2-2, up and in, ball 3. Bassitt into the wind. And the payoff. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Cutter right down the middle gets him 1 down.
Yeah, that was just a little spinner. I think he got away with one there. That cutter almost acted like a changeup. Didn't really have a ton of movement on it, but had about 5 or 6 miles an hour velocity drop, and Jarren Duran just swings right underneath it. Chris Bassitt, he got away with one there.
Probably don't want to throw that pitch to this guy. It's Rafael Devers up with 1 out. First pitch, swing and a miss. Got him to chase down and in. 0-1. Bassitt working with Tyler Heineman today. Catcher sets up inside. And the 0-1 to the left-handed hitting Devers. Swing and a broken bat flare out to shallow left center, and that's down for a base hit. Rodin picks it up and flips it back in. Devers lost 75% of the bat, but he picks up a hit with 1 out.
That was a really good pitch from Chris Bassitt. Rafael Devers got lucky there. That was a changeup down below the strike zone. But like we've said a few times in this series, Devers loves the ball, especially the slow stuff below that strike zone. He goes down and golfs it into center field for a single.
The entire barrel landed in between home, the mound, and first base. They cleaned that up. Alex Bregman up in the pitch. Called strike.
I don't know if Chris Bassitt could have thrown a better pitch there. That was a great pitch.
No, when you break a guy's bat like that, you've done your job. From the stretch, the 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bregman, the first right-handed hitter of this lineup, playing third base again today. 1-1. Swing and a pop-up. Middle of the infield. Second baseman Jimenez angling towards the bag makes the catch. 2 down.
Good pitch. A fastball sinker right on the inside part of the plate on the black. Just tying up Bregman. A big out in this inning. I don't know if you saw Andres Jimenez, but he caught that pop-up and kind of faked like he was about to drop it. I don't know if he was just having fun with Rafael Devers, but if somebody's going to do that, it's going to be Andres Jimenez.
He's tried fake throws back to the pitcher already on pickoffs. He's trying to steal outs out there every once in a while. His pitch to Tristan Casas, swing and a miss. 0-1. Bassitt's pitch. That is 2 outs. Runner on first. No score. Bottom of the first inning. Red Sox would really like to get this guy going. Casas hitting 163 to start the year. Was injured most of last year, but 2 years ago in his rookie season, hit 24 homers, walked 70 times in 132 games. So tall left-handed hitter, slight knee bend, 0-1 in the dirt, blocked by Heineman. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So they've stayed away from him 2 pitches in a row. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to come in with a cutter up and in. Chris Bassitt has been so good at locating that pitch and then go back to the changeup away. We'll see what he does here.
Bassitt looking in, now sets his blue glove pressed against his stomach. The 1-1. Hit foul. It was a cutter that they meant to go in with, but it landed on the outside edge before Casas hit it away. 1-2.
That was another big mistake. That one just a backup cutter almost right down the middle that Casas just missed, but they were trying to come up and in. You could see Tyler Heineman set up with that glove, but they got the strike, so no worries.
1 strikeout so far for Bassitt. 2 down, bottom of the first. And his 1-2. Fastball inside, 2-2. Casas 6'4", 244 pounds. 25-year-old from Miami, Florida. 2-2. In the dirt, ball 3.
I like that sequence. Come bust him in with a hard fastball, make him move his feet, make him think about that inside part of the plate, and then throw the changeup. He didn't locate either pitch, but if he located both of those pitches, that's the perfect sequence to a big, long lefty like Casas.
No hold now at first base by Wagner. Rafael Devers will be off on the pitch with 2 outs. The 3-2. Called strike 3. Cutter freezes him as it lands at the knees and ends the inning. No runs on a hit, 1 left for Boston. No score after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Eat a peach and celebrate the Allman Brothers legacy with the triumphant Madison Square Garden return of the Brothers live April 15th. They've taken over SiriusXM Southern Rock with stories and songs, other artists they love, and an intimate performance from the New York City studio. The Brothers host SiriusXM Southern Rock, now on Channel 79 for a limited time and always on the SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Out of here! Yo, hey, Ohtani Connect!
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy basketball to getting you ready for the NFL Draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
We begin our quest for another championship right now. Winning is everything. It's it. It's all there is.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Food City 500 from Bristol Motor Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the SiriusXM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
It's the second inning, presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. No score, Will Wagner leads off and takes a first pitch for a strike from Walker Buehler, 0-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 5-6-7 for the Blue Jays. Wagner, Clement, Roden. The 0-1 is hit on the ground. Foul back behind Wagner. 0-2. Buehler trying to have a quieter second inning after giving up 2 hits in the first. Did get a double play ball to erase the threat that inning. The 0-2. Swing and a sharp grounder, foul just wide of the first base bag. Mentioned earlier, Walker Buehler, a first-round pick. Guy with a ton of talent, but injuries have always been present in his career. 0-2. Swing and a grounder, foul the other way, past third. You go back to 2015. The Dodgers drafted him 24th overall. Immediately, he gets Tommy John. Doesn't pitch until late 2016. Oh, 2 once more. Way upstairs and outside. A ball and 2 strikes. Then he's got a great run. Goes from 2018 until 2021. He's the Dodgers' best pitcher in that span. Multiple All-Star games. 1-2 hit foul on the ground into the Red Sox dugout. But then 2022 starts. He makes 12 starts, but he's got bone spurs in his elbow. He needs Tommy John again. So he only made 12 starts in 22, missed all of 23, and was on and off the injured list last year. 1-2, down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And with all of that being said, he still has decent stuff. His fastball still has pretty good velocity, 94, 95 here this afternoon, but he's just not as dominant as he used to be.
2-2. Hit well, left center field. Racing to the gap, Cedar Rafaela. He's going to stop Jaron Duran. The left fielder has it. And there's 1 out.
Was he a part of the Vandy Boys, or is that too early? Or is that a little bit
he's
later?
Like I think you would consider that part of the Vandy Boys, mid-2010s.
They took the college baseball world by storm.
If Dansby Swanson's part of the Vandy Boys, then he's part of the Vandy Boys. 1 out. Here's Ernie Clement, the pitch. Called strike. It's the second time that the Blue Jays have ever faced Walker Buehler. The other time was right in the middle of his prime, 2019. 0-1 pitch is lined and caught at third. 2 down. So the other start he made against the Blue Jays as a Dodger at Dodger Stadium, August 21st, 2019. He went 7 shutout innings against Toronto, punched out 8. But Bo Bichette did have a single off of him in that one to start the game, and he had another one today to start the game. The pitch to Alan Rodin. Called strike. Bases empty, 2 outs, no score. Buehler kicks and deals. Inside.
He's throwing a lot of cutters this afternoon. It's got a lot of break on it, too. Looks like a fastball and then just darts to the left, especially tough against lefties.
Is 1-1. Breaking ball hit on the ground, past the reach of the first baseman, Casas, and down the line. Rodin around first, still stopped there. Abreu backed it up well in right field, but Alan Rodin's got a knock with 2 outs.
That was almost slow motion, wasn't it?
Yeah, that ball did not travel very fast.
Yeah, that didn't... I wonder what that exit velocity was off the bat of Alan Rodin. I thought Tristan Casas would make that play easily, but it was perfectly placed, just kind of inside the first base bag there.
Rodin leading off first. Casas holds him on. Tyler Heineman up the pitch. Breaking ball down and in. So the exit velocity was 92, but one of the secrets to exit velocity is ground balls don't really matter because almost every ground ball is hit hard because you're hitting it directly down. Gravity's helping you. It wasn't 92 after the first bounce, I'll tell you that. 1-0. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes.
That's one of those plays where, as a pitcher, you're watching that play happen, and you're probably thinking to yourself, as Tristan Casas is not making that play, you're thinking, how did this dude just not make that play?
2-0. Downstairs, ball 3, and a scream of frustration from Buehler after he yanked that fastball. It's a big season in the career of Walker Buehler. Gets a rich 1-year deal for $21 million, but considering the start of his career, he's looking for a platform to a longer-term contract. His 3-0's down the middle, strike 1. No score, top of the second. Rodin on first. Switch hitting catcher Heineman bats from the left side with 2 outs. The 3-1. Swing and a line drive down in right field, a base hit. Around second is Rodin, and the ball gets away from Abreu, so Rodin will advance to third and slide in. He was going to stop with Abreu, one of the best throwers in baseball out there, coming up throwing, but Abreu went into his crow hop, and he didn't have the ball. Now runners on the corners for the Blue Jays with 2 down.
Yeah, I think Wilyer Abreu actually looked up before he actually had that ball in his glove. Yep, that's exactly what he did. But Alan Rodin wasn't going anywhere. He didn't even fake out Wilyer Abreu at second base. Wilyer Abreu just made a little errant throw or an errant play there, looking up before he had that baseball.
He did not have to come up throwing or trying to come up throwing like he did. It'll be an error on Abreu. Now Nathan Lucas takes strike 1. 4 hits now for the Blue Jays in the game, 2 in each inning. First and third for Toronto with 2 outs. Lucas, a left-handed hitter, looks out to Buehler, 0-1. Swing and a rocket foul over the back of Mark Budzinski, the first base coach, and out of play.
He was right on that breaking ball from Walker Buehler. Down and in, a perfect spot for a lefty to just do damage on.
The 0-2. Swing and a line drive caught at first to end the inning. Buehler escapes after the 2 hits. A couple lineouts from the Blue Jays helped his case, and it's still 0-0, middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. For our participating location, visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! I'm talking to you! The baseball fan hanging out with us, most preferably a Toronto Blue Jays fan, hanging out with us here at the best live hangout every single game on Toronto Sports Insider. Attention Blue Jays fans, if you are looking for wall-to-wall coverage of every single Toronto Blue Jays game, this season, you're at the right place. Real-time reactions, game breakdowns, and all the latest news on our Blue Jays. We're covering every pitch, every home run, every big moment all season long, and we want you here for the ride. So hit that subscribe button, turn on the notification bell so you don't miss a game, and plus, join in on our live chat streams. Let's make this a Blue Jays season to remember. Go Blue Jays, go. We'll see you in the chat.
Visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Archo smashes the ball to right field. It's gone!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. No score between Toronto and Boston. Bottom of the second inning starts with Trevor Story facing off against Chris Bassitt. Bassitt winds and offers. Swing and a miss. Strike one. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Final game for the Blue Jays in Boston. They'll wrap up the road trip with a weekend series against the Orioles. 0-1. Swing and a hard ground ball right side that's going to go through the hole into right field.
It's a pretty good piece of hitting from Trevor Story there. Andres Jimenez was shaded towards second base. There was a big hole on that right side, and he just hammered it through that hole.
13th hit of the year for Trevor Story, who can certainly be active on the base paths. Already has 2 stolen bases this year. Christian Campbell up now for Boston, rookie right-handed hitter. Bassitt's pitch. Fouled off the glove of Heineman, 0-1.
Good sinker. In off the plate. That's what you need to do to a young hitter, a guy that likes to get those arms extended. Now you can go to work. You can expand above the strike zone, below the strike zone.
Only 2 years ago, Campbell was still at Georgia Tech. Is 0-1. Inside to Campbell, runner goes and the throw is high. Jimenez leaped to grab it and make sure it didn't get away. It'll be a stolen base for Story. The pitch was a ball, so a 1-1 count. Now runner on second.
Nobody's saying anything here, so I'm expecting that it's not going to be called, but I feel like there was a little bit of interference there from Christian Campbell.
The initial call on the field, Manny Gonzalez right away said that there wasn't any.
Yeah, you could see that Manny Gonzalez, as Tyler Heineman was throwing that baseball, he put both of those arms out to the side like a safe call. And actually, John Schneider is saying something here.
It's a little discussion, but I think they're through it. I mean, in Campbell's defense, he was in the box. He never looked at him as Campbell hits the 1-1 high in the air. A pop-up near third, foul territory. Clement coming in, halfway to the plate, makes the catch. 1 out.
Yeah, as a hitter, if you're just standing in the box and you're not doing anything out of the ordinary, and the catcher throws that baseball and hits you, it's not your fault. They're not gonna call interference on that. You really didn't do anything to cause that. But if you move over the plate, that's when it gets into interference territory.
Campbell retired on the next pitch. And there's 1 out now with Story on second. Wilyer Abreu's going to bat. Bassitt looks back to second, deals home. High and outside, ball 1.
But watching that replay, Christian Campbell did kind of move a little bit over the plate. I'm not saying that it should have been interference, but it was questionable for sure.
I don't know if he ever left the box. And I think
questionable.
I think it was fine. The 1-0. Hit off the handle, a pop-up, out of play foul, third base side. Went into the Blue Jay dugout, 1-1.
Pretty good cutter there on the hands of Willie Abreu, who is swinging the bat really well right now.
Abreu from Venezuela, Maracaibo to be specific. Signed out of Venezuela with the Astros, traded away in the Christian Vasquez deal at the 2022 deadline. 1-1. Hit back foul, 1-2. It's cooled off a little bit. Still 378 average on the year, but he was in the mid to high 400s when this series started. Abreu asks for time, staring at the barrel of his light-colored bat. Now he'll step back into the box. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Foul territory, third base side. Clement gives it a look, but it's 20 rows deep into the stands. Still 1-2.
Kind of feels like the Blue Jays have been in Boston for 2 weeks, no?
4-game series, man.
I don't like these 4-game series. They're way too long. 3 games is perfect.
Well, this will be the only 4-gamer against the Red Sox. They already got their 4-gamer out of the way against the Orioles. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 71 mile-an-hour curve. 2 down.
Such a good pitch. We've obviously seen Chris Bassitt throw that a lot over the course of his career as a Blue Jay, but that one was perfect. Started off the plate outside and then just dove to the bottom of that strike zone. You can see Tyler Heineman pointing out at him after Willie Abreu wailed at that pitch. Pretty good pitch there.
So 2 outs, still Story on second, still no score. Cedar Rafaela swings at the first pitch and hammers it on a line foul. 0-1. Rafaela 8 for 35 on the year. No extra base hits yet. He has walked 4 times and stolen 2 bases. The 0-1. Down and away. Rafaela could be playing a little bit for his future with the Red Sox, which sounds odd because he signed an extension last year. The 1-1. Swing and a liner foul to the right, 1-2. You look at Boston, though. Jarren Duran is obviously here to stay. He's one of the best outfielders probably in the game right now. Willie Abreu is one of the better young players in the game in right. Rafaela in center, but you also have Christian Campbell who can play center. Top prospect Roman Anthony plays the outfield. And Marcelo Meyer, another big prospect, plays the infield, maybe second, where Campbell is. 1-2 pitch, called a ball, certainly was strike 3, but we'll do it again at 2-2.
Christian Campbell and Cedar Rafaela are very similar. When I watch both of them play, they just seem like not the same exact player, but very similar.
Little lanky, athleticism. 2-2, popped up. Just back of second base, Bo Bichette on the center field grass, makes the catch with one hand and ends the inning. No runs after the leadoff single. Story left on second, 0-0 after 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Gary, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at ArmstrongBirdFood.com.
One of the best in the game at receiving the ball. He's about as good of a strike zone controller as the Blue Jays have.
To a team of elite defenders, he is Captain Kirk, a game caller in unison with this pitcher.
Does he ever have a knowledge of the strike zone?
Framing pitches with precision and a steady hand.
Kirk's done it again.
Be one of the first 15,000 fans at the ballpark on Wednesday, April 30th to get your Alejandro Kirk bobblearm. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Middle in fastball, but he puts it by Cruz. 2 down.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in St. John and St. Stephen, New Brunswick. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center. Visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. No score in this ball game as we go to the third. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The pitch to Bo Bichette, called strike.
And I bet Bo wasn't looking for that pitch. Earlier on in the ball game, leading off the ball game, Walker Buehler threw him a four-seamer to start the game, and he jumped him, hit that ball off the wall, but
0-1. He went around on a pitch down and away, 0-2.
I bet Bo thought, there's no way he throws me another four-seamer first pitch here. Do that thing right down the middle.
In a 2-strike hole to Buehler, 0-2. Swing and a fly ball, shallow center field. The shortstop Story on it makes the catch, 1 out. So it'll be a matchup of the number zeros again as Andres Jimenez comes up to face Walker Buehler. Andres Jimenez, the second ever number 0, that's single 0, not double 0, in Blue Jays history. I'm not going to ask you to try to name the first, Chris, because it's tough. If anyone knows it, they want to tweet it out. Go ahead. Pitch to Andres Jimenez, called strike 0-1.
For the Blue Jays or for the Red Sox?
For the Blue Jays, there's been one other 0. For the Red Sox, there's been 2.
Well, Marcus Stroman, was he number 6 when he was?
6.
Yeah,
54.
But he's 0 now.
0-1 is hit on the ground to second base, picked up by Campbell, and the throw to first, 2 down.
So you're saying it's an obscure one that you have no faith that I can get it?
It's a half-season guy from 1985. It's a great team.
So, yeah.
Great player.
You have no faith.
Al Oliver wore it in 85.
That's what I was going to guess.
Really good player. Really good team, but end of his career, and he only played a half season with the Blue Jays. The 2 Red Sox to wear 0 are actually pretty recent. I don't think you'll get them, but they are recent. Here's Anthony Santander with 2 outs, top of the third inning, and number 0, Walker Buehler, delivers a strike, 0-1.
I know one of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Adam Ottavino, no?
There you go, 2021, Adam Ottavino. The other one, you have no shot. And it's actually a really good player.
Well, you didn't think I had any shot at Adam Ottavino.
All right, well, I'll tell you the year. The other one's 2018. 0-1 pitch, high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs and no score, top of the third. The other one is a really good player, end of his career. You probably don't remember him being on their 18 team. 1-1, low, 2-1.
Yeah, I have no idea.
You would have played against him a fair amount in your Pittsburgh Pirate days. He's a Cincinnati Red.
Just tell me.
Some refer to him as that dude, Brandon Phillips.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
The 2-1. Swing and a ground ball hit just foul past the first base bag, 2-2.
When I think of Brandon Phillips in 2018, I think of a guy that shouldn't be playing.
Hey, he won a World Series.
How old was he in 2018? He had to be 40, right?
Very conditional, actually, whether he won a World Series. He played 9 games for the Boston Red Sox that year. That was his 2018 season. But yeah, you don't see a lot of number 0s around, but 2 of them in this game. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, top of the third with the bases empty and no score. The pitch to Anthony Santander. Hit foul back behind the plate, out of play.
Tough pitch right there. A 4-seam fastball, 95. And on the hands of Santander, just fouled it off. Good job staying alive.
Santander 1 for 1 today to get to the Mendoza line. He's 10 for 50 on the season. 2-2 again. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. It pops out of the glove of the catcher Narvaez, who goes into fair territory and throws down to first to end the inning. Second strikeout of the day for Buehler in his first 1-2-3 inning. 0-0, middle of 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Food City 500 from Bristol Motor Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the SiriusXM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
VEASAN, the sports betting network, is back on SiriusXM. Go to channel 158 for informed wagering and fantasy advice from familiar voices like Gil Alexander, Paulie Howard, and Mitch Moss. Plus, SiriusXM mainstays Adam Shine, Rich Gannon, and the guru, John Hansen. We're getting you ready for the upcoming games with a finger on the pulse of the latest news and the moving lines and odds. VEASAN, the sports betting network, is now on SiriusXM 158 and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
The Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chris Bassitt back on the hill, 0-0 game. Bottom of the third, and the number 9 hitter Carlos Narvaez will lead it off for Boston. Clock reset by the home plate ump, Manny Gonzalez, and now Narvaez taps the plate twice, brings his black bat above his right shoulder. First pitch, called a strike, 0-1.
Narvaez didn't like that call, but that one just clipped the black on the inside part of the plate. A pretty good pitch.
The 0-1. Inside with the breaking ball, 1 ball, 1 strike. Carlos Narvaez starting again for the Red Sox. Connor Wong on the injured list after the catcher's interference in the opener of the series. 1-1. Swing and a foul back, 1-2. Narvaez off to a decent start to his year. 6 for 23, 3 doubles, 4 RBIs. He's also walked 4 times. Still under 20 major league games played. Getting a big opportunity now with Boston. Faces a 1-2. Swing and a fly ball deep down the right field line, but deep into the seats, foul.
I actually think he's looked pretty good.
And for a guy who played 6 games last year, relatively young, 26 years old, he's held his own.
Yeah, and like you said, such a big opportunity. If he can get some base hits, play good defense.
A 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. 4th strikeout of the day for Chris Bassitt. Got him on a cutter outside, 1 down.
Well, they tried to go up with that cutter, but, I mean, that one right there was pretty good. About knee high, right on the outside part of the plate. Impossible to hit.
Narvaez banged the barrel of the bat off of his helmet after swinging at the pitch. That was going to land in the zone, though. I'm really not sure how much he could do with that one. 1 out, the pitch to Jarren Duran. Curveball, line to right field, foul ball. Nearly extra bases for Duran. Instead, it's an extra entertaining strike, and it's 0-1.
Nice play by the ball attendant down the right field line.
Do you remember late in yesterday's game, there was a line drive? I think Christian Campbell hit it, and a guy made a catch on it in the stands on the fly.
Yeah, with the glove.
Found out he caught 2 foul balls at yesterday's game. So he had a good day.
And there's actually netting right in front of that section.
Yeah, it's got to just get over, or if you hit, a fly ball down the line. 0-1. High and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Give that ball to a kid. No?
You can give one to a kid and keep one yourself.
Right.
It looked like he might have been on a date.
Give it to your date.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's a pretty good performance. You go on a date, you catch 2 foul balls in one game. Can't hurt. 1-1. Broken bat line drive. This one's going to stay fair and get down in right field for a base hit. Springer rifles it back in quickly. It's a 1-out single for Jarren Duran.
Yeah, you can see George Springer out in right field quickly getting to that baseball and getting it into second base as soon as he can. We've seen Jarren Duran come around first base, even take the extra base. I mean, more so than anybody I've seen in the league so far.
He never just jogs down to first on a single. He sprints and puts pressure on you to get the ball back in. Rafael Devers up, broken bat single for him in the first inning, and the pitch. Called strike. A little bit of luck in Devers' hit in the first, but in general, he's owned this matchup. 8 for 15 now with 2 doubles and 3 homers in his career against Bassitt.
I'm pretty sure his barrel went further than the ball in his last at-bat.
Barrel ended up on the infield grass. He was just standing there with 3/4 of his handle in his hand and nothing else.
I'd take that hit.
Throw over to first. Duran dives back in safe. Red Sox 17 for 17 as a team, stealing bases so far this year. 0-1. Hit on the ground is short. Backhanded Bassitt. He'll race to the back. Step on it for 1. Throw over the sliding Duran for the double play. Heck of an individual effort from Bo Bichette. Gets to the back, jumps over Duran, and tosses to first to end the inning. No scores. We go to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
As a sports fan, I just want the games. Right now, it's practically a full-time job to figure out which...
Hey, baseball fans, thanks so much for hanging out with us this afternoon, this evening, this morning, whatever time it is, wherever you're watching. And now is the time of the show for you to let us know, where are you watching from? Where are you cheering on the Blue Jays from in this chat, hanging out with us on TSI from all over the world? Let us know in the chat your city and province, city and state, or international. Let us know what country you're watching in. And then once you've let us know in the chat, just click that link that's pinned or is flying through there. That's going to take you to our website, TorontoSportsInsider.com, where you can show and see where everyone else in the world is watching from with our cool, awesome map feature. We'll see you back in the chat. Let's go, Blue Jays!
Everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former Big League GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front Office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Timbermart always has someone on deck to help you with any home improvement projects. Before you begin renovating, visit the team at Timbermart. They've got the know-how to make sure you come out swinging on your next project. Timbermart, Canada's building center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, and Brandon Brown, our technical directors. First pitch low in the 4th to George Springer, 0-0 game. Now the 1-0. Low again, 2-0.
And that shadow is just about touching the dirt on that pitcher's mound now, finally.
Buehler's still in the sun at the top of the hill. His pitch. Down and away, ball 3.
But I think it's much easier now for the hitters to pick up that shadow is not kind of half and half. Once it gets to 90-10, it's much easier to pick up.
The 3-0 called strike.
Whew. I want that one back if I'm George Springer. probably didn't have the green light there or chose to take that pitch, but that was a very hittable four-seamer right down the middle.
Now the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Springer down to a knee. 3-2. This fourth inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. 3-2 hit on the ground to third base, picked up by his former teammate Pregame, and he throws out Springer. 1 down. Zero ball game, top of the fourth with 1 out. Will Wagner about to come up. Buehler set at the belt. Tan glove for the righty. The pitch. Breaking ball, strike 1.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian-owned and operated since 1992. Every Tuesday night wings are half price. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome.
Oh, 1 hit foul, 0-2. Where do you want to go? Baseball or Masters are on?
Masters.
Masters. All right. Some fun stuff going on in the Masters right now, including Canadian Corey Connors shooting a 4-under 68 in his first round today. 0-2. Foul tip, strike 3. Connors tied for second place. He actually had the lead when he finished up his round, birdieing 3 of the last 4 holes. Tied for second right now with the reigning jacket wearer, Scotty Scheffler. In first place is England's Justin Rose. He's 8 under through 16. Two down, the pitch to Ernie Clement. Called strike. Looks a little bit warmer in Augusta than it is for the Blue Jays in Boston. The 0-2 is hit to center field by Clement. Charging in Rafaela, jogs and makes the catch to end the inning. Walker Buehler has retired 7 in a row, and we are still scoreless, middle of the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Called strike 3. Change up at the knees, and there's nothing you can do about that pitch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is the former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Chris Bassitt kicks and deals to Alex Bregman, and the pitch is low, ball 1. First year in a Red Sox uniform for Bregman, 3-year, $120 million deal inked in the offseason with some deferrals and some opt-outs. The 1-0. Outside 2-0. Bregman is the reigning AL Player of the Week. He was on MLB Network earlier today. Boston's in a weird spot because Bregman has the opt-outs after this year and next year. 2-0. Swing and a line drive caught at short. Head high by Bassitt. 1 down. The weird spot is, Chris, if Bregman performs well, it's good for Boston, but he probably opts out. And they keep him if he performs poorly. but you obviously don't want Alex Bregman to perform poorly. So they have kind of this, you could look at it as a win-win or a lose-lose, depending on how optimistic you feel that day.
I love Alex Bregman as a player. I think he's a great addition to any roster. I'm actually kind of curious as to why it took so long for him to sign.
First pitch to Tristan Casas, swing and a miss, 0-1.
I would imagine it's because he wanted a long-term deal.
Funny thing is, though, he reportedly turned down longer-term deals with more total money, although less annual salary, from Houston and Detroit. 0-1. Down and away, 1-1. It's just reports. Nothing is confirmed, but total numbers in the $150 million range, even more than that, on deals of 6 or 7 years reportedly offered by Houston and Detroit. 1-1 to Casas. High, 2-1.
And Detroit's a pretty exciting team.
Really exciting. Spencer Torkelson, a huge resurgence. Tigers are looking good, leading the AL Central.
Where are the White Sox?
They're also in the AL Central. The wind and the 2-1. Swing and a deep fly ball center field. Freezing in place is Lucas. Good positioning. Credit to Mark Budzinski. Makes the catch in place. 2 down.
That was a perfectly placed sinker. Down and away. The only thing Tristan Casas could do is just hit a weak fly ball to center field. A perfect pitch.
Two down. Bases empty. Bottom of the 4th inning. Only the 4th, but it looks like we got another pitcher's duel on our hands today. Chris Bassitt will face Trevor Story, who did single off of him in the 2nd and steal a base. The pitch. Outside, ball 1.
Chris Bassitt just threw his 50th pitch of the ball game with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And he's been good. Not as good as his first 2 starts. Doesn't have quite the command of that fastball, but he's made the big pitch when he's had to.
1-0. Breaking ball up and in, 2-0. All that matters is that number on the hand-operated scoreboard on the big monster. That number is 0 runs right now, allowed by Chris Bassitt.
I don't think that's how Chris Bassitt feels. He might throw up a 0, but if he's spraying the baseball all over, I don't think he's happy.
2-0 pitch, foul tipped, 2-1.
How do you feel about that?
I think maybe mid-start you're right, but after the start, how can you not be happy?
Yeah.
If it goes well, it goes well. I don't know if he's ever happy during the start. The 2-1. Called strike 2-2. Bassitt, 36 years old, actually started his career with the aforementioned Chicago White Sox. 3rd season now with the Blue Jays. Is 2-2. Swing and a foul back. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Before that last pitch, Chris Bassitt threw a fastball at 89 miles an hour and then proceeded to bend over at the waist. I'm wondering if his back is bothering him or he's tightening up. I mean, 89 miles an hour for a fastball from Chris Bassitt isn't very fast.
2-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. If something's going on, it's not affecting him. Another strikeout for Bassitt, his 5th in 4 scoreless innings. We go to the 5th. No score in the game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Masters is on Sirius XM. Hi, this is Mike Tirico.
What's up, baseball fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us for the Blue Jays and the Red Sox matchup. Tonight is a huge night. Come on, Jays. Let's go. We just took the first 2 of the series. Let's get the 3rd tonight. Now, the important stuff. We appreciate you being here. Please take a second to exit out of the chat and hit that like button, hit that share button, send it out to your friends, put it out on social media. Let's get more Blue Jays fans here in the chat. cheering on our boys. Now, with that being said, big shout out up in the corner to Level Up SEO. Can't wait to hang out with you guys tonight. It's going to be a fun live. If anybody needs any website services for their business, check out Level Up SEO. Link in the description. Go Jays, go! Let's get the win tonight, boys! We'll see you back in the chat.
NFL. Miami Hurricane quarterback Cam Ward.
My journey's been unbelievable.
And hear pick-by-pick coverage of the 2025 draft from Green Bay starting April 24th at 8 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and always on the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Top of the fifth, 0-0 game. Walker Buehler to Alan Roden. Down and in ball one. Pretty cool. If you looked on Blue Jays social media today, Alan Roden and Mason Fluharty went out and then into the Green Monster to sign their names. 1-0 inside 2-0. Did you ever pitch at Fenway?
I pitched there in the Cape Cod League.
Okay.
Yeah, my first time we did everything you would have done if you were a big leaguer. Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
2-0. Ball strike 2-1. That would have been the Cape League All-Star game that you were there?
2004 Cape League. It was pretty awesome. I mean, obviously there was nobody in the stands, but we did the whole Green Monster thing. We did the clubhouse thing.
2-1, cut on and miss, 2-2.
We got to sign the Green Monster. I don't know if you're allowed to sign the Green Monster if you're just on like a regular tour of Fenway.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I did one a long time ago. I don't remember signing the Green Monster.
Well, they allowed us to. I mean, I'm assuming just because we were baseball players, but
they're taking a bet. You know, half the guys in the Cape League All-Star game.
My Cape League team was really good.
2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. A rare strikeout for Roden as he was out in front on the changeup.
It's a pretty good pitch from Walker Buehler, breaking out that changeup. 91. It's a hard changeup, but it has a lot of downward movement to it, and that one was placed perfectly.
By far the best we've seen so far from Walker Buehler this season. 4 1/3 scoreless now, facing the 8-hitter Tyler Heineman. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up back of second in shallow left center. The shortstop Story has it 2 down.
Did you ever go to Fenway when you were in the Cape League?
No, I was there kind of close to COVID, so there wasn't a lot of the extra stuff. The season was condensed, fewer off days.
You were spoiled though in Chatham. I loved Falmouth, but I was not spoiled. I was not spoiled in Falmouth.
It's
a different level of
it's the
Cape.
It's the Cape League, you know. Everywhere is nice. Pitch to Nathan Lucas, called strike 0-1.
Unless you're in Wareham.
I was not going to say it.
Which is actually, if you're not familiar with the Cape, it's off the Cape. It's not even on the Cape.
Easton Lucas pitched there, so be careful.
Tough break for him.
2 outs, the 0-1 to Nathan Lucas. Hit on the ground foul, 0-2. But even still, it's not like you're in the Alaskan League or taking the 8-hour bus rides in the Northwoods League.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Bases empty, 2 down, no score. Top of the fifth, 0-2 to Lucas. And it hit him on the ankle. Breaking ball got him on the front ankle. He immediately went down, but then popped up quickly. He's clearly still in pain. Not putting all of his weight on that right foot as he walks down to first.
The front part of his shin and his ankle are covered by that plastic protection, but I almost think that he was hit behind that. Yeah, right behind that protection. So that's a bare bone down there.
I think he got hit where the bone kind of sticks out in your ankle.
Yeah, not a good place to get hit.
He went down quickly, got back up. He's still clearly in pain. Hands on his knees at first base, and he didn't make it all the way down there. He actually just passed first, but he's talking with Mark Budzinski. He's waving off the training staff. He doesn't look 100% right now.
No, he's obviously limping, in some pain. I would imagine he's not trying to swipe this base right here.
I don't think so. I think a throw over would be a little bit cruel from Walker Buehler, but he might do it anyway.
Because that is his plant leg.
Right.
So if you're going back to the base, you're planting on that right ankle and you're pushing yourself back. I'm Walker Buehler. I'm throwing over right here.
Lucas remaining at first, though, as Bo Bichette comes up. Third time through the order for Buehler. The pitch. Check swing, called strike on a pitch certainly outside 0-1.
That was about a ball and a half outside. That was nowhere near the strike zone. Wow.
It's been a pretty good zone today. That was one of the few misses.
You can see Bo shaking his head. It's a big pitch right there.
0-1 pitch is outside and a snap throw to first, dive back by Lucas. Narvaez made him work.
Narvaez trying to take advantage of that swollen ankle right now.
A bit of an awkward dive back in from Lucas. But he's up again on his feet and leading off first with 2 outs. Right on right, the 1-1. Poked foul, 1-2. You had mentioned earlier the first hit Bo Bichette got today, the only hit of 2 at-bats he has, came on a fastball. Bichette entered today with 12 of his 16 hits coming off fastballs. Only guys with more hits off fastballs this year, Alex Bregman and Aaron Judge. 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2.
And he's so good at taking that pitch on the outside corner and hitting it the other way. He's also good at inside outing that baseball to right field as well. And what I mean by that is those pitches that are inside, he kind of just pulls the hand through and fillets that thing into right field.
2-2 is down and away, full count.
It's ugly. Derek Jeter was really good at it. It's an ugly swing. It's an ugly result, but it's a base hit, so it doesn't matter.
Sounds like a good result to me. Yeah. Lucas will be off on the pitch. Full count, 2 outs, no score, top of the 5th. Buehler deals. Called strike 3. That pitch definitely low. And Bo Bichette is going to give a piece of his mind to Manny Gonzalez, who gave Walker Buehler 2 strikes in that at-bat. Bichette goes down looking, though. 5 strikeouts for Buehler. No score, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Feel the excitement of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage on Sirius XM FC. Europe's best clubs.
What a start for Inter! And Barca are level! Brilliant Arsenal goal!
The world's brightest stars.
Mbappe! Kane! Rafinha!
All chasing club soccer's ultimate prize.
A new page in their glorious history!
The Champions League knockout stage, where legends are made. On Sirius XM FC, channel 157 in the car, and the Sirius XM app.
I'm Mike Fan. If you're like me, you love baseball. You love talking baseball with your friends, and your partner on the radio is the former general manager of the Mets.
This is Jim Duquette. Join me and Mike weekdays at 10 Eastern for Power Alley on MLB Network Radio.
It's baseball, and more baseball. 100% in-depth baseball talk.
We spent an entire week once on pulled pork recipes.
It's 95% in-depth baseball talk on Power Alley. Weekdays, 10 Eastern, MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89.
While you're listening to this game on Sirius XM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, Sirius XM, Channel 159.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR.
All things NASCAR
happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Tom Young and Brandon Brown, our technical directors. Show Ali, our host and producer. First pitch swinging. Christian Campbell hits it in the air to shallow left field, and Bo Bichette back out there to make the catch. 0-1.
A really good sinker that just got in on the hands. And I'm telling you, if that ball was barreled up, oh, it might have been over the green monster, but a good sinker that just sunk right at the last second.
By the way, the Sportsnet television broadcast showed coming out of the inning, I think Max Scherzer on the iPad looking at the Bo Bichette pitches, the 2 balls that were clear balls called strikes to strike out Bichette earlier, and Scherzer laughed at one of the, whatever he was looking at on the iPad. I'm assuming he could be looking at something else, as Bassitt's first pitch to Abreu is called a strike 0-1. Bassitt into the wind and the 0-1. Breaking ball, check swing, and he did go, says home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez. 0-2.
Is Scherzer known for his interactions with umpires? Remember when Madison Bumgarner, he was known for that?
Well, Scherzer's the one when they instituted the sticky stuff checks.
Oh, yeah.
He took his pants down at Citi Field. So I would say yes.
So yes.
That was even before I think Bumgarner had the intense stare-off with the umpire.
Yeah.
0-2. Outside, 1-2. Scherzer continues to throw, by the way. John Schneider said before the game today, there's no timetable right now. Scherzer's actually standing with Easton Lucas in the dugout. The 1-2. Outside again, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, the positive, at least, is that they haven't had to stop anything at this point. It's continual throwing for the future Hall of Famer. 2-2 to the left-handed hitter, Wilyer Abreu. Hit foul into the backstop.
And Max Scherzer has said that he's not coming back until he's 100%. I guess my question is how close to 100% is a 40-year-old going to really be?
Right, and that's what we don't know. Like, his 100% might not be the 100% that the average person feels. Another 2-2. Swing and a liner to center field. That's hanging up, and Nathan Lucas hunches over to make the catch. 2 down.
Well, Chris Bassitt was really frustrated a couple of times during that at-bat, not commanding the pitch that he's trying to throw. That one right there wasn't bad. It was a curveball below the strike zone. He got lucky there. Wilyer Abreu hammered that thing to center field, but right at Nathan Lucas.
On the Scherzer subject, though, I think what he wants to do with that, and I don't want to speak for him too much, the off and on of the injured list that he's had this year and last year, you want to stop that. You want to wait till you can just full go and not worry about anything. The pitch to Cedar Rafaela is an ugly swing and a grounder hit softly to first. Will Wagner's going to pick it up and go to the bag. Rafaela hardly left the box. And that is the inning. 1-2-3 for Bassitt, who's retired the last 7. No score. We're headed to the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Enter night mode.
It's a stylish Friday night in the city.
Every Friday home game.
No doubter.
Where we celebrate everything that makes our city one of a kind.
What's up, baseball fans? Thank you so much for coming back and hanging out here at Toronto Sports Insider for every single game of the Blue Jays season, this 2025 season. You're home for all things Toronto sports right here on TSI. It's finally here, opening day for our Toronto Blue Jays. After an offseason filled with roster moves, expectations are sky high. Be an electric atmosphere at the Dome, and we'll be breaking it down right here on Toronto Sports Insider. Be sure to like, subscribe, and jump in the chat and talk some Blue Jays baseball. Let's go Blue Jays! We'll see you in the chat.
Days on City TV. The stage is set for incredible performances.
I think you're friggin' amazing.
The judges are looking for the next $1 million act.
You devastated this stage.
That will leave you speechless.
You make me laugh. You leave me in awe. That was amazing.
All new Canada's Got Talent. Tuesdays 8/7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
But you got no confidence like me.
Hi, this is Will Wagner, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I work too hard, can you pay me?
Sixth inning, Blue Jays and Red Sox in a pitcher's duel for a second straight day. This one's 0-0 as Walker Buehler comes back out to face 2-3-4 in the Blue Jay order for the third time. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Blue Jays did win the pitcher's duel yesterday, 2-1 in the 11th inning. They've got a very rested bullpen, but they haven't needed to use it with how well Chris Bassitt has pitched. Walker Buehler just as good. He deals to Andres Jimenez, and it's called a strike, 0-1.
Chris Bassitt has thrown 63 pitches in this ball game. Walker Buehler has thrown 68. Pitch for pitch almost.
0-1 is hit weakly on the ground to third. Pregame watches it go foul. He nearly fielded that and then made the smart decision to get out of the way as that one hit the lip of the grass and took a left turn.
Yeah, Andres Jimenez would have beat that ball out had Alex Bregman fielded that slow roller, but he's so smart over there. He knew that ball was going left about 10 feet from third base?
Something like that.
Smart play over there.
Bregman a Gold Glover for the first time last year. Jimenez getting himself back into the box. In a second, we'll take a look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The 0-2. Low, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Not that many games today, already 3 finals. 1 other AL East team in action. 1-2 to Jimenez. Foul tip, strike 3. Jimenez trying to argue that one hit the ground before it was caught by the catcher Narvaez, but he doesn't win the argument. 1 out. The 1 other AL East team in action, the Tampa Bay Rays hosting the Los Angeles Angels, and the Rays got smoked today. 11-1, the final score in favor of the Angels, who put up an 8 spot in the 5th inning. Pitch to Anthony Santander in the dirt, ball 1.
Angels are pretty good right now.
8-4.
Yep.
Half a game back of the Texas Rangers for the AL West lead. The 1-0. Outside 2-0. Other finals, Cleveland takes down the White Sox 6-1. And the Royals defeat the Twins 3-2. 2-0. Santander takes it, called strike, 2-1. In the other games today, the Rockies leading the Brewers at Coors Field 3-2. This one 0-0 top of the 6th, and Philly will take on Atlanta in Atlanta coming up a little bit later at 7:15. As the 2-1 misses outside from Buehler, it's a 3-ball, 1 strike count to Anthony Santander. Buehler kicks, steals. Santander hits it back foul. That's a middle fastball that he just got under.
He put a good swing on it, but when Anthony Santander is going right, he's seeing the baseball well, putting good swings on baseballs. He is hammering that pitch that he just saw. 93, 4-seam right down the middle, a pitch that he needs to be hammering. In a 3-1 count, too.
The 3-2. Swing and a liner foul right side. It's obviously not been the best start to the year for Santander. And pitchers are really taking advantage of him, barely throwing in the zone. He only sees a hair above 40% of pitches in the zone. 3-2 is fouled off the glove of Narvaez. Another life for Santander. That's 7th lowest in the majors, 42% of pitches in the zone. So they're daring him to chase, and early on he is chasing, and so they're continuing to not give him good pitches to hit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a smart pitcher and you see a guy swinging at pitches out of the zone, you're just going to stay out of the zone.
3-2 is popped up foul back behind the plate, still a full count.
I mean, it's really not that hard. Even in the meeting that Walker Buehler had prior to the game, going over the Blue Jays hitters, I'm sure that was one of the things that came up. Hey, Santander is swinging a lot of pitches up, a lot of pitches down. Stay right there.
The 3-2 again. Hit high, right field, headed toward Pesky's pull, but it's going to go foul.
Home run distance.
I don't know how that pitch didn't jam him. It might have a little bit. It was a cutter way in on the hands. He hit it 357 feet down the right field line. It's only 302 to the pole. Another payoff. Called strike 3, 95 at the knees, 2 down.
That's a tough pitch. I'm sure Santander is thinking something off speed there, but that's in the strike zone. At minimum, you have to at least try to fight that off, foul that pitch off. That's a good pitch from Walker Buehler.
So 2 down, still no score. By the way, all of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Top of the 6th with the bases empty, George Springer will try to break it open. The pitch. Swing and a ground ball to shortstop. Picked up by Story. He shuffles and throws on to first to end the inning. Walker Buehler has not allowed a hit since the 2nd inning, and he struck out 7 in 6 scoreless frames. 0-0, middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
Day 1 at the granddaddy of them all, Masters Radio on Sirius XM 92 with live play-by-play coverage and analysis today and throughout the weekend from Augusta National. Golf's first major is here. Live coverage at Masters Radio, Sirius XM Channel 92, and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius XM Channel 89 and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
I'm John Paul Morosi, host of the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown. Hear our conversations with Hall of Famers about the challenges they overcame on the journey to baseball immortality.
It is a hard game, and mentally it's hard.
I used to go to bed crying. They pretty much knew I was going to have lung surgery after the season. I wasn't for sure. Would I ever play baseball again?
The Road to Cooperstown is the official podcast of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Episodes are available now on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM
Radio Network.
Blue Jays looking for a series sweep in a 4-gamer at Fenway Park. Knotted up at 0 with the Red Sox. Bottom of the 6th inning. Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Chris Bassitt with a big effort to help the Blue Jays towards a sweep. 5 scoreless innings so far. He's retired 7 in a row. He'll face the number 9 hitter, Carlos Narvaez. First pitch, cut on and missed. Strike 1. Blue Jays have only had one 4-game sweep at Fenway in the franchise's history. The 0-1. Called outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I mean, sweeping a 4-game series is probably, it's got to be one of the hardest things to do in baseball. It doesn't matter who you're playing either.
And then doing it on the road and doing it against a division rival and a storied franchise like the Boston Red Sox. 1-1. Hit in the air to right field. Shallow and toward the line. Springer sprinting in, dives and makes the catch. Will Wagner helps him up and slaps him on the back. A long run for Springer, who just got to it to catch it in the end of his glove. 1 out.
Well, that's what Springer can do. When he's not helping you with the bat, he does it with the glove. I don't know if that was going to be fair or foul. It was kind of right on the line, but what a play. Holy cow. That might have been fair if he didn't catch that baseball.
Alex Tosi, who was right there, indicated fair when the catch was made. Springer slid across the line, but I think that would have gone down fair looking at the replays.
And if he didn't catch that baseball, that ball's bouncing and then bouncing right into the stands. Narvaez is probably standing at second base.
1 out. Jaron Duran is up. And the pitch. In the dirt, ball 1. By the way, that 1 year that the Blue Jays did sweep the Red Sox at Fenway was 1988. So it's been a while.
I don't know who wore number 0 during that time.
No one. I'll tell you that right now. The 1-0 to Jaron Duran. Swing and a miss.
Nice changeup right there. Unhittable.
Duran 1 for 2. Struck out in the first, single to right field in the third inning. The pitch. Called strike. A splitter on the inside corner, 1-2.
Sorry, splitter.
Yeah, sometimes the Hawkeye picks up changeup, but Bassitt told me he's not throwing changeups anymore. All splitters. 1-2. Cutter misses just upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The thing that confuses me sometimes with his split finger is a lot of the time it doesn't have splitter action. It kind of acts like a changeup. So sometimes when I'm watching him, I think it's a changeup, but it really is a splitter.
It's 2-2. Fastball inside, 3-2.
And the difference between the two is a changeup sometimes just kind of floats in and fades away. A splitter has that violent action. So that's what you expect when you hear splitter. A lot of the times he has that violent action.
It's 3-2. Outside, ball 4. Splitter, a pitch that Bassitt started using in New York in 2022 with the Mets and is trying to lean into a little bit more this year, but it's still a pitch that he told me he's working to get the feel of. 1 out base runner for the Red Sox. That snaps a streak of 8 straight retired by Bassitt. And it's Rafael Devers up. Taken off on the first pitch, Duran, and it's lost on the transfer by Heineman. So Jarren Duran slides in safe without a throw. Second stolen base today for Boston.
Jarren Duran got such a good jump that I'm pretty sure he took off even before Chris Bassitt lifted that front leg. Such a big stolen base in this tight ball game.
5th on the season for Duran. Red Sox stay perfect. Only team in baseball to have not been caught stealing yet.
Even if Tyler Heineman came up throwing there, he had no chance.
The 1-0. High, 2-0.
And now you have to be careful. You do have that open base at first base. But then again, you have Alex Bregman coming up next.
Devers 1 for 2 with a single and a ground ball double play. 0-0. Runner on second, 1 out in the 2-0. Chopped foul right side, 2-1.
What are you throwing here? 2-1.
What are you throwing?
I'm throwing a cutter up and in. I'm not throwing that slow breaking ball down and in. He loves that pitch.
Wide open stance for Devers. Bat high above his head. 2-1. Missed upstairs. Was looking to drive the fastball up and in, but it missed arm side. 3-1.
Yeah, Tyler Heineman was set up and in. They're trying to get it to his hands so he can't get those arms extended. But like I said, he loves that off-speed stuff down.
Blue Jays bullpen is active now as the 3-1 is ripped at and missed. A hanging slider that Bassitt got away with. 3-2.
Rafael Devers just screamed. Not quite sure what he said, but obviously he thinks that he could have done some damage with that pitch.
He was trying to hit that ball to New York. Just unloaded and missed. The 3-2. Breaking ball hit high. Right field, not super deep. Springer under it, makes the catch. Comes up throwing as Duran is advancing to third, and the throw is late. Most guys, you don't even want them tagging and going, but Jarren Duran with lightning speed got in there despite a good throw and play from Springer overall. 2 outs.
Yeah, Springer actually did a good job getting behind that baseball, catching that baseball, and throwing a good throw, like you said. But Jarren Duran's such an exciting player. He's really one of probably a handful of guys that you see tag on that ball there.
Tyler Heineman out to the mound to talk to Chris Bassitt with 2 outs and a runner on third. It's Alex Bregman coming up now for the Red Sox, who's 0 for 2 today. 1 for 13 in the series after a great week last week. It's been a struggle for Bregman against the Blue Jays.
I'm being smart with him here, though. That's a big run out at third base. I'm not really throwing anything that he can even get the barrel to.
You have the struggling Casas on deck. No score. Bottom 6, the pitch. Outside, ball 1.
And I think that's exactly what they're doing. Alex Bregman knows that. He's a smart player. He can figure out the situation. This is a huge run standing at third, especially with the way the offense is looking for the Jays.
1-0. Hit off the handle, a looping liner down in left field for a base hit. Duran in to score. Bregman with an RBI single. It's 1-0 Boston.
That's such a tough pitch. A sinker in on the hands. Alex Bregman just got lucky there and barreled that thing, fisted that thing over Bo Bichette at shortstop. You can see the frustration with Chris Bassitt. That's actually a really, really good pitch.
Somehow Bregman got the hands inside that ball enough to get it out to left field, and the Red Sox strike first. 1-0 lead as pitch misses outside to Tristan Casas, 1-0.
He actually one-handed that. Just the top hand was on the bat when he made contact with it.
Might have not had room for both of his hands inside. Bregman on first, 2 down, the 1-0. He went around on a splitter low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Casas 0 for 2, a strikeout and a flyout. Bassitt's pitch. Hit high down the left field line, out of play, foul, 1-2. Four hits for both these teams. The Red Sox come up with a hit with a runner in scoring position, which is something they've struggled to do this series. That's what's given Boston the 1-0 advantage. Chad Green still loosening up for the Blue Jays. Chris Bassitt about to throw his 84th pitch. And it's hit on the ground foul. It'll stay 1-2.
And I don't know how many pitches Chris Bassitt has left, but in his first start, he threw 106 pitches, so he's got a good amount left.
Threw 92 in his last start. The 1-2. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The other factor is the Blue Jays, despite this run of games in a row, actually has a very rested bullpen. No one's gone on back-to-back days. 2-2. Line to left field, another base hit. One hops into the glove of Alan Rodin. Up to second goes Bregman as Casas gets his first knock of the day.
I would imagine that could be it. We'll wait and see what John Schneider does, but Red Sox are starting to put some good swings on some baseballs here later on in this ball game.
Not a terrible pitch, the splitter on the outside corner, but probably left a little bit higher than Bassitt wanted it to be. So this will be a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. A tap on the side from Schneider to Bassitt as he takes the ball from his starter. Chad Green about to enter, and let's go to the studio. Here's our host today, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Welcome back to Baseball Control. Show Ali with you at our downtown Toronto studios. Quick check of the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Let's check the MLB scoreboard. Only 5 games in the calendar tonight. One other AL East team was in action. The Tampa Bay Rays taking on the LA Angels at Steinbrenner Field. The Angels hitting 6 home runs on their way to an 11-1 win over the Rays. Both Joe Adele and Mike Trout each had a pair of bombs. In Cleveland, the Guardians improving to 6-6 on the year with a 6-1 win over the White Sox. Steven Kwan went 4 for 5 with a home run. He had 4 total runs. Kyle Manzardo also hit a home run in the win. Gavin Williams went 5 innings. He allowed 1 earned run, issued 2 walks, and knocked 7 strikeouts. Only one other game will come on later tonight. It'll be Phillies at Braves. Atlanta, one of 3 teams in all of baseball that have 9 or more losses. It'll be Jesus Luzardo going for the Phillies. Spencer Schwellenbach will toe the rubber for the Braves. You can watch that game on Sportsnet Plus. First pitch will fly at 7:15 p.m. Eastern. The Masters are underway. First day at Augusta National. And we usually check in on the Canadians and any PGA Tour events. And today we don't have to look too far down the list, as Listowel, Ontario native Corey Connors tied for second. He's at 4 under after shooting a 68 in the opening round. He's tied with Scotty Scheffler heading into Friday. England's Justin Rose, the leader. He is at 7 under after shooting a 65. Blue Jays baseball is, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. Chad Green into the game for the Blue Jays. 6th appearance of the season for the right-hander who sports a 3.38 ERA and a sub-1 whip. He comes on with runners on first and second, 2 outs, 1-0 Red Sox, bottom of the 6th. It'll be Green against Trevor Story, the right-handed hitting shortstop, who's 1 for 2 with a single, a stolen base, and a strikeout. Fastball slider for Chad Green. And before the first pitch, Tyler Heineman put his hands up in the air, telling Chad Green to step off. They were having a little bit of miscommunication, I think, with the pitch comm. And now Green back on. Both runners owed to Chris Bassitt, today's starter. First pitch to Story, swing and a miss. Elevated heater, strike 1.
Stay right there. Stay above the strike zone, below the strike zone. It's a big run standing out at second base.
Green looks at second, the 0-1. Hit high, back behind the plate, foul, 0-2.
I go right back up there. Maybe not that good. That one was in the strike zone. I go about a couple of balls above that strike zone. See if Trevor Story can swing through one here.
Story will ask for time and adjust his batting gloves. Stretches out his arms, takes a breath. Little half swing, and now he steps back into the box. The 0-2. High fastball hit foul.
The reason why I like that pitch, and that one was a ball, maybe a ball and a half above the strike zone. The reason why I like that pitch is even if you make contact as a hitter, you're probably not getting a base hit. You're either just fouling it back, you're hitting a weak fly ball, something like that. That's why I like that pitch in a big situation like this.
Another 0-2. Slider fouled back into the backstop. Go again, and no balls and 2 strikes. Looks like the Red Sox are about to make a change. Left-hander Justin Wilson is getting loose. Blue Jays have a couple lefty hitters scheduled to bat in the 7th. Green's pitch. Just outside at 96. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Pretty good velo from Chad Green during this at-bat. 95, 96 with that last fastball.
Second time the Blue Jays have deployed him in the series. And now Tyler Heineman is going to come out to the mound. Andres Jimenez coming in as well to talk to Chad Green. Blue Jays used Green right after Easton Lucas on the 8th. He threw 2/3 of an inning scoreless, including inducing a pop-up to end the 6th inning from Trevor Story. Well, the fans booed. Wally the Green Monster gestured angrily from behind the Red Sox dugout. But the mound meeting is over now. And back to action as Chad Green is at the top of the hill and Trevor Story's returning to the box. First and second for Boston. A run in this inning. It's 1-0 Red Sox, bottom 6. With 2 outs, the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. How about 96 again? Green sets down Story and ends the inning. Boston breaks it open, though. Bregman's RBI single has the Red Sox in front, 1-0. We go to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Find your location at timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
One of the best in the game at receiving the ball.
He's about as good of a strike zone controller as the Blue Jays have.
To a team of elite defenders, he is Captain Kirk, a game caller in unison with this pitcher.
Does he ever have a knowledge of the strike zone?
Framing pitches with precision and a steady hand.
Kirk's done it again.
Be one of the first 15,000 fans at the ballpark on Wednesday, April 30th to get your Alejandro Kirk bobble arm. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. For our participating location, visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
It's Ernie Clement with the RBI single. 1-0 Toronto.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Walker Buehler back out for a 7th inning of work. Kicks and deals to Will Wagner. The first pitch outside to start the 7th. Ball 1. 1-0 Red Sox over Blue Jays. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The 1-0. Low 2-0. 7th inning is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Buehler's 85th of the day is low again, ball 3. Blue Jays got to get something going here. Walker Buehler allowed 4 singles in the first 2 innings. Since then, the only base runner for Toronto was a hit batter.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is actually moving around in that dugout right now, just in case here.
Rio pitch, high and outside, ball 4. Wagner takes a leadoff walk, and the Blue Jays will certainly take that to start the 7th.
And if you're John Schneider, you have to make a decision here. Do you bunt him over? Do you go for the tie? Do you go for the base hit here, the big inning? If I'm John Schneider, I'm bunting him over.
It's Ernie Clement up to the plate. Wagner leading off first, no outs, top of 7. Buehler's pitch. Swing and a fly ball right center field. Rafaela is there, and he'll make the catch.
And if you don't bunt him over, if you don't try to move him over like that, that's the risk you take. You swing away, you hit a weak fly ball, and now that run is still at first base with 1 out in the inning now.
With 1 out, let's go over to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. I want to mention something to you, Chris. A former teammate of yours, Alex Cora, about to make a pitching change, but do you remember pitching with Masanori Ishikawa? Your Colt Swallow in 13 or 14.
I did. Yeah, I do.
45 years old this year. He picked up a win, I want to say yesterday or 2 days ago, to pick up a win in his 24th consecutive season. I'm calling him the Japanese Jamie Moyer. He has just been around forever. He was sitting 79 with his fastball.
Is he still with the Swallows?
He is, and he picked up the win. Pitching change, though, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. For more on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard, let's go over to Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. On that St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard, a quick free agent signing update in Major League Baseball that does pertain to the Red Sox. Fan-sided Robert Murray reporting that free agent catcher Yasmani Grandal and the Red Sox are in an agreement on a minor league deal. Of course, as Ben and Chris have said today, Connor Wong on the IL after suffering a fractured finger in Game 1 of this series. Over in the NHL, another busy night. 10 games on the calendar as the season winds down. Only 2 Canadian teams in action. Jets and Canucks. Winnipeg will take on the Stars in what should be a pretty great matchup. Dallas entering this game just 4 points back of Winnipeg in the Central Division. Puck drop for Jets Stars goes at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. The Canucks, meanwhile, they have unfortunately already been eliminated from playoff contention. Tonight, though, they are taking on the Avalanche in Denver. Puck drop of that game goes 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. You can watch it on Sportsnet Pacific and listen to it on Sportsnet 650 in Vancouver. Canucks Central postgame will follow on the radio. And by the way, Sportsnet's Ian McIntyre put up a piece on Sportsnet.ca earlier on the team, on the season at large. He spoke to a number of players, including Brock Besser, who said, honestly, it's unlikely at this point that he returns to the team in 2025-26. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The left-handed veteran Justin Wilson in the game to pitch for the Red Sox. 1-0 Boston. Runner on first, Will Wagner, 1 out top of the 7th. Blue Jays will go to their bench and lift Alan Rodin, bring in a right-handed hitter. It's Miles Straw. Straw in a limited sample, hitting .333 this year. 6 for 18, 2 doubles. A lefty Wilson looks at first, deals home, and Straw hits it foul to the right, 0-1. Blue Jays also have Vladimir Guerrero, Davis Schneider, and Alejandro Kirk on their bench.
Vlad looks like he's ready to go in that dugout. The only thing he needs is a helmet.
The 0-1. Ball strike, 0-2.
Really tough pitch, up and in, just clipped the corner of that strike zone. Miles Straw didn't like it, but that's a strike.
That was the hard four-seam fastball from Wilson, who also throws a slider and a cutter. Oh, 2. Fouled away. Justin Wilson, a former teammate of yours, 2008 draft pick by the Pirates in 2008, out of Fresno State. Broke in 2012, was a regular for them in 2013.
He was a starter when he was in the minor leagues with the Pittsburgh Pirates. I'll finish my story in a second.
Is 0-2. Lined left side over the leaping Bregman at third and down in left field for a base hit. Up to second goes Wagner, and Miles Straw has a pinch hit single.
That's a really good job on a tough slider down and in from Justin Wilson, but Miles Straw protecting, just goes down and gets it and hit a pretty good line drive to left field. Now the Blue Jays are cooking with 1 out in this inning.
They go for the pinch hitter and platoon advantage against Wilson, and it works out. Now Tyler Heineman's scheduled to hit. Heineman up to the plate, switch hitter, turned around to bat right, the pitch. Inside, ball 1.
Did you think for a second they'd put Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in for Tyler Heineman and then bring Alejandro Kirk in to catch for Heineman?
No, because I think, and we know, Vlad is on deck right now. Right. You can keep it as one less substitution if you put Vlad in for the next hitter, right, Lucas, and put Vlad in at first base, move some guys around. 1-0. Swing and a line drive deep left field, and that ball's off the wall. Coming around third, Wagner. He gets the wave. Relay to the plate is late, and Tyler Heineman has tied the game on a wall ball single.
Man, what a swing. On a cutter inside, he just pulls those hands through and barrels that thing up, screaming at the dugout from first base. What a big hit. Now the go-ahead run is standing at third base with still just 1 out in this inning.
Straw went first to third. Heineman had to stop at first base. He tagged that ball out to left field, his second double of the season. What a run Tyler Heineman has been on to start the year. That's his 8th hit in 5 games. His previous 34 games as a Blue Jay, he had 13 hits total.
Why would you pinch hit for Tyler Heineman is my question to myself.
Because now the Blue Jays are going to pinch hit and bring Vladimir Guerrero Jr. into the game. Justin Wilson doesn't get to see a single left-handed hitter in his first 3. And Vlad's just got to hit a fly ball here to give the Blue Jays a lead. Heineman on first, Straw on third, Guerrero up to the plate in place of Nathan Lucas. Wilson's pitch. Called strike. It was inside, and Guerrero quickly looked back, but it'll be 0-1.
Yeah, I didn't love that call, but I don't think it's a strike, but it's a good pitch just off the plate inside.
Swing and a miss. Beat him upstairs with a fastball, 0-2.
2 good pitches from Justin Wilson. That one just eating him up and in.
Infield is playing back. They want to turn 2 here. And almost all 90 feet exposed on the right side of the infield with the shift. 0-2. Swinging a ground ball up the middle, hit to second. Campbell flips to Story. Throw on to first, not in time, and it skips away. Run came in to score already in Straw, and that ball goes out of play. So Guerrero will get second base, I believe. It should be an RBI fielder's choice, and Vlad on second with 2 outs. 2-1 Blue Jays.
Well, the best part about that play from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is he was motoring down the line. He knew that he had to beat that ball out for Miles Straw to score from third base. He might not have beat it out if that was a good throw, but it would have been close.
Heineman went barreling into second as well, getting in to the view of Trevor Story. And the Blue Jays have their first lead of the day, up 2-1, immediately responding after the Red Sox took the lead in the bottom of the 6th.
And because that throw went out of bounds, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is standing at second base now in scoring position.
Second error of the day for the Red Sox. It'll go against Story. And they're going to intentionally walk Bo Bichette with first base open and 2 outs to get Wilson a left-on-left matchup with Andres Jimenez. For Guerrero, it's his 5th RBI of the season. And now it's Vlad on second, Bo on first, Andres Jimenez at the plate. Wilson offers. Swing and a miss at 95, 0-1.
So my story with Justin Wilson was he was a starter in the minor leagues, a lot like Jordan Romano. He was throwing 90 to 92 miles an hour. He was spraying the ball all over the place. The Pirates moved him to the bullpen. He was throwing 100 miles an hour, just like that. It was almost overnight.
0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And the rest is really history. I mean, he made his debut in, I think, 2012, maybe.
Yep.
And he's just been really good ever since.
Almost 600 major league appearances, 3.60 ERA. He stares at second, kicks and fires home. Swinging a ground ball right side, right at Costas, the first baseman. He'll go to the bag and end the inning. The Blue Jays, though, get 2 on 2 hits. First, the RBI single from Tyler Heineman, then the RBI fielder's choice from Vlad Guerrero Jr., and it's 2-1 Toronto at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart, locally owned, proudly Canadian. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
Gary, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
Law & Order Thursday on City TV.
We're charging him with manslaughter.
3 Law & Orders on one epic night.
It was premeditated. It was planned.
Law & Order at 8.
He told me to. Is not a legal defense against murder.
SVU at 9.
Covering his ass. I'd start thinking about your own.
Followed by the new season of Law & Order Toronto Criminal Intent at 10.
Nothing justifies murder. How about we start with the truth?
Law & Order Thursday, all new, 8/7 Central on City TV.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
A game-tying blast from Bo Bichette.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you tuning in today. The Blue Jays leading 2-1, trying to sweep a 4-game set at Fenway as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Couple changes for Toronto after the subs they made on the offensive side in the top half of the inning. We'll get to those in a sec. First, it's Chad Green back on the hill, dealing to Christian Campbell. High ball 1. Ernie Clement has been taken out of the ballgame. Blue Jays already lifted Alan Roden and Nathan Lucas. 1-0. Outside 2-0. Will Wagner moved across the infield from first now to third. Vlad Guerrero, who pinch hit, stays in at first. 2-0 pitch, high ball 3. They lifted Clement because they needed another outfielder in the game with Lucas and Rodin taken out. So Davis Schneider goes into left field, and Miles Straw, who came in as a pinch hitter, will go to center. The 3-0. Called strike.
Good job filling up the zone there. Can't walk the leadoff hitter on 4 pitches.
Green's 3-1. Called strike at 95, 3-2. Green rocks and deals. And the pitch is hit foul. On the subject of the substitutions, typically this year, late game with a lead, the Blue Jays have gone more Ernie Clement defensively at third than Will Wagner. But that spot for Wagner is due up third next inning, so perhaps they want to keep his bat in the game and decide to lift Clement instead. 3-2. Just outside, ball 4.
That's a tough pitch. About a half a ball outside. Chad Green staring in at Manny Gonzalez. He wanted that pitch. 95 miles an hour, right on the corner, just off. Big walk, too, in this ball game.
Campbell can run as well. He's the tying run in the bottom of the 7th. It's 2-1 for the Blue Jays over the Red Sox. Wilyer Abreu up 0 for 2 today. Green's pitch. Called strike. After all those subs, lone Blue Jay left on the bench is the backup catcher today, Alejandro Kirk. The 0-1. Hit foul, 0-2.
Chad Green did a really good job holding that ball when he came set. Christian Campbell a little bit uncomfortable over there because of that. And sometimes you mess with the hitter's timing too when you do that. So good job all around.
Campbell with 1 stolen base in his major league career. The 0-2. Fastball popped up into the seats, foul.
I stay right there if I'm Chad Green. Another 4-seamer above the strike zone. Like I said earlier, as a hitter, you can't really do much with that pitch.
Green kicks and fires. Slider called a ball. Check swing appeal down to third. He didn't go, but that was definitely in the zone. But it'll go to 1-2.
Chad Green's probably wondering, why are we checking down at third base when that is a strike?
That was right on the corner. Now the 1-2. Fastball popped up just back of second. Miles Straw's going to come in from center field, and he'll make the catch. 1 out.
That's a good sequence. Slider down out of the strike zone, and then another good 4-seam fastball at 95 above the strike zone. Wilyer Abreu just hits a lazy fly ball to center field.
Green's thrown 18 pitches now, 6 last inning, 12 to 2 batters this inning. Looking for a ground ball here, although it's a speedy guy on first and a speedy guy at the plate. Cedon Rafaela up with Christian Campbell on first. Green's pitch. Call to strike. Runner takes off. Throw to second. In time. He got him. They're actually saying he got in time, but slid off the bag, and Jimenez held the tag on him. So for now, the call at second is out, and a runner caught stealing by Tyler Heineman.
And the Red Sox actually took a look at it in their dugout and said, play on. Great throw from Tyler Heineman. Even better tag from Andres Jimenez at second base.
The hands just slid over the bag from Campbell, and he didn't have a good angle to do the hands to feet slide where you slide over the base and then your feet are on it. So 2 down, no one aboard, and the pitch outside to make it 1 ball and 1 strike. Very different situation now as the Red Sox get caught running for the first time this year.
Yeah, that's a game-changing play out there. What a call from Ron Kolpa.
1-1, swinging bunt, rolls foul behind the plate, 1-2. What a throw from Tyler Heineman. That was a breaking ball that he had to wait for. Got it there in time. 2 outs now, 2-1 Blue Jays in the 1-2. Popped up, right side foul into the stands. Well, it's been quite the 7th inning for Tyler Heineman. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Chad Green sits down Cedar Rafaela, and he faces the minimum after the caught stealing in the bottom of the 7th. 2-1 Blue Jays. We're headed to the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Embrace the power.
Start your engine.
And speed of the NTT IndyCar Series on Sirius XM.
Battle the start-finish line. Alexander Rossi goes to P1.
Hear every thrilling moment of the 2025 IndyCar season, including the greatest spectacle in racing, the Indy 500.
The green flag flies. They reach the yard of bricks.
The season rolls on Sunday afternoon at 4:30 Eastern with the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Live on IndyCar Nation Channel 218 and the Sirius XM app.
VEASAN, the sports betting network, is back on SiriusXM. Go to channel 158 for informed wagering and fantasy advice from familiar voices like Gil Alexander, Paulie Howard, and Mitch Moss. Plus, SiriusXM mainstays Adam Shine, Rich Gannon, and the guru, John Hansen. We're getting you ready for the upcoming games with a finger on the pulse of the latest news and the moving lines and odds. VEASAN, the sports betting network, is now on SiriusXM 158 and on the SiriusXM app.
Baseball is back. It's former general manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former big league GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
That radio network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Top of the 8th, Blue Jays at Fenway. 4th game of this series. They've won the first 3, and they're leading 2-1. Boston will call on Garrett Whitlock, the hard-throwing right-hander, to pitch against Anthony Santander. Whitlock's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. This pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'm sure John Schneider would love to get an insurance run here in the top of the 8th inning with nobody out.
Whitlock's 1-1. Swing and a miss. Violent movement on that sweeper, 1-2.
That's a really good sweeper. Most important thing about that, it started right down the middle and just took a quick left turn right under the bat of Anthony Santander.
Whitlock, a former starter, now back in the bullpen. Throwing high leverage a lot for the Red Sox. 1-2. Swatted foul to the left.
I think he's too funky to be a starter. He looks like a reliever. His motion, his arm angle.
The issue for him, he just kept getting injured. One, 2. In the dirt. Rule 5 pickup by the Red Sox in December of 2020 from the New York Yankees. Had a great first season with Boston as a reliever. 2-2. Hit foul again. Then signed this kind of hedging, half starter, half reliever type contract. The Red Sox extended him before 2022 for 4 years and nearly $19 million. Bounce back and forth, but right hip, 2 right elbow injuries, and a torn UCL. in the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, 21 and 22 were really good for him. 46 ball games, 8-4 with a 1.96 and 21. And like you said, kind of that hybrid starter reliever in 22. He's pretty solid.
2-2. High, ball 3.
And that last fastball, the four-seamer, was 97 miles an hour.
He sits 96, 97. Throws a slider, changeup, and sweeper. 3-2. Line foul.
Red Sox love giving out those kind of deals, though. Those team-friendly, lock them up for a little bit of time kind of deals. Cedon Rafael, Christian Campbell.
It's one of those deals where the only risk is really in the length. I mean, $5 million a year is not that much money, even for a reliever, and it's super cheap for a starter. 3-2. Hit foul to the left. I mean, they're doing that when he's still under club control, so they were betting a little bit that, he would have these big arbitration numbers and they'd avoid that. They didn't totally hit on that bet, but the downside wasn't too bad. 3-2 again. And fouled off again. Santander is hitting away everything. He's seen 9 pitches. Two-one Blue Jays. The 3-2 once more. Hit back foul.
That fastball was right down the middle. Anthony Santander had a huge hack at it, just fouled it back.
A 1-for-3 day so far for Santander. A single to right field in the first and 2 strikeouts. Whitlock kicks and deals. And Santander pops it up foul back behind the plate and into the stands. Let's do it another time. He's faced 12 pitches, has Santander. He's fouled off the last 5 in a row, 6 of the last 7, and 7 of the last 9. First batter face for Whitlock. He comes set, brings the glove high near his face, and his 13th pitch. Called strike 3, 95 at the knees. 1 out.
That's a tough pitch right at the bottom of the zone. Santander having a little discussion with Manny Gonzalez, but I think that's a strike. Obviously, we have the benefit of seeing it in a replay situation, but that's a really good pitch from Whitlock.
It's one of those pitches that strike and ball are both not really a bad call. A sliver of the baseball in the zone. Santander set down, 1 out, and George Springer up. 2-1 Blue Jays, top of the 8th. Mound meeting right now as Narvaez talks to Whitlock. We look quickly at the Bet365 standings. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Blue Jays entered today 8-5, leading the division. The Yankees, who are off today, are 7-5, half a game back. Boston 6-7, 2 games back. The Rays lost today, 5-7 now. They're 2.5 back. And Baltimore is off before the series against Toronto tomorrow. The Orioles are 5-8, 3 games back as the first pitch runs inside to Springer, ball 1. One-0. Sweeper for a strike, and that'll even the count at 1-1.
You've mentioned Wally the Green Monster a couple of times during this series. Who do you like more, Wally the Green Monster or the Philly Fanatic?
Philly Fanatic.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Oh.
I like Wally the Green Monster.
I think you're in the minority there. 1-1 bounces 2-1. I like Wally, but it's the Philly Fanatic is on one level, and then everyone else is fighting for second. The 2-1. Called strike, 2-2.
So would you say that Wally the Green Monster is like a 1 or 2 time All-Star, and then the Philly Fanatic is a Hall of Famer?
I think Wally could be a multiple-time All-Star, but not an inner circle. Philly Fanatic's the inner circle Hall of Famer of mascots. 2-2 is outside, full count. 1 out in the top of the 8th. Close ball game. Blue Jays 2, Red Sox 1. George Springer hasn't done anything at the plate today, which is rare for him this season, but he made a diving catch in right field. The payoff pitch. Swing and a fly ball center field. Racing straight back, Rafaela at the warning track. It's off the wall. Rafaela down on the track. He crashed into the fence. Springer stops at second with a one-out double. And now the attention turns to center field, where Cedon Rafaela appears to be in some significant pain, although he's up now and walking back onto the grass.
Yeah, he went crashing into that center field wall. It's padded out there, but it's still hard. But George Springer with another great swing, a 96-mile-an-hour fastball down and away, and he just hammers that thing to center field. What a swing. He was listening to the broadcast.
Seriously, he hit it 402 feet to dead center. High wall out there, but he still hit it maybe 3/4 of the way up. Just missed a homer as Will Wagner steps up, swings and misses. It's 0-1.
It's actually pretty dangerous out there in center field. There's an iron fence or an iron wall right next to that padded wall in center field. Probably about 5 feet from where he crashed into the wall.
0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. I believe it was last year. Could be 2 years ago, but I think it was last year that Kevin Kiermaier jumped into that wall and really cut up his elbow and had to go on the injured list. 1 out, Springer on second, 2-1 Blue Jays. The 0-2 pitch. No, it's going to be a turn and throw to second. Springer just back in with a dive. Pretty good move from Garrett Whitlock.
It's almost like whoever designed Fenway Park was just thinking to themselves, let's make it as dangerous as possible for these outfielders.
It's quite the design. They did have to fit it right in the middle of the city. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him on a slider down and away. 2 outs.
Tough pitch right there. Comes with the fastball and then that good slider down and away.
It's Garrett Whitlock with a pair of strikeouts around the double allowed to Springer. And Davis Schneider hits for the first time in the game after coming in as a defensive substitution. The pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Springer dancing around at second base. Got the attention of Whitlock for a sec before he missed with that breaking ball. Right on right. The 1-0. Down and away again. 2-0. Of course, this the ballpark where Davis Schneider hit that home run off James Paxton and started that incredible major league debut. 2-0. Outside again, ball 3. Schneider looking for his first hit of the season, 0 for 13. The 3-0. Called strike. That's an outrageous call. That pitch way high, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, Davis Schneider shaking his head right now. Doesn't love that call, and I tend to agree with him about a ball outside, up and away. Tough pitch.
The 3-1. Called strike again, and I mean that's way up again. Umpiring is hard, and they don't decide games nearly as much as people talk about. That's 2 terrible calls. There's no way around it.
Yeah, Miles Straw should be in the batter's box right now, and Davis Schneider should have had himself a walk. He's taking a breather right now, standing outside that batter's box for a second.
Well, he may as well swing at the 3-2. Garrett Whitlock sets, kicks, and delivers. Outside, ball 4. So there is somewhere where you could throw balls, and Davis Schneider picks up a 2-out walk.
Well, that was pretty close. I like that pitch more than I like either of the 2 pitches before that. Although neither of them or none of them were strikes.
He threw 6 balls in that at bat. It went to 3-2, and I mean, that was the closest one, about half a ball off the plate.
I mean, I can almost guarantee that Davis Schneider was probably nervous taking that pitch, knowing it was a ball, but still nervous.
If that pitch is called a strike, I'm not sure John Schneider is still in this game. Mound meeting right now initiated by Andrew Bailey. Again, welcome inside the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer today. Tom Young and Brandon Brown, our technical directors. This game will be followed by Blue Jays Talk with Kevin Barker, Jeff Blair, Call in 416-870-0590 or already get your text firing through the show at 590. 590 at star 590 on your cell. Standard message and data rates may apply. Mound meeting over. Miles Straw to the plate. First and second, 2 outs. 2-1 Blue Jays and the pitch. High ball 1.
It's a big insurance run standing out at second base. 2 outs in this inning. Fastball count.
Straw came off the bench and delivered a pinch hit single in the 7th. Came around to score. 1-0. Called strike.
Nice pitch from Whitlock there. A good sweeper right down the middle.
Kick in the 1-1. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Story over to grab it. Shortstop underhand flips to second to end the inning. 2 strikeouts for Garrett Whitlock in a scoreless frame. He works around a hit and a walk, strands 2. And it's still 2-1 Blue Jays, middle 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Let's see some talent. Tuesdays on City TV. The stage is set for incredible performances.
I think you're friggin' amazing.
The judges are looking for the next $1 million act.
You devastated the stage.
That will leave you speechless.
You make me laugh. You leave me in awe. That was amazing.
All new Canada's Got Talent. Tuesdays 8/7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball hit to center field. Varsho with a dive, and he makes the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Last of the 8th at Fenway Park. The Blue Jays leading the Red Sox 2-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Sweet Caroline ringing out in Boston. And a pitching change for the Blue Jays. Brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Brendan Little into the game. The lefty on to face a pinch hitter in Rob Refsnyder. Left on right, the pitch. Low ball 1.
It's a big spot for Brendan Little. High leverage, bottom of the 8th inning. Biggest thing for him right now is just throw strikes with that good sinker.
Refsnyder in the spot of Carlos Narvaez, the catcher. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase a sinker below the zone.
It's really tough to get swings like that from big leaguers on a fastball, and Brendan Little is one of the few guys that can do it.
Sinker's the main pitch. Complements it with a cutter and a hard sweeping curveball. 1-1. Fastball hit on the ground at third. Off the glove of Wagner into shallow left. Refsnyder around first. He'll stop there. It was a high hop, and it hit the top of Wagner's glove. So Refsnyder is on first to lead off the inning.
Yeah, that's a tough play for Will Wagner. He should have made that play, but it does have a ton of top spin on it. Probably snuck up on him. Play's got to be made, though. Big first runner on base here in this inning.
It'll be an error on Wagner, who remained in rather than Clement to get him another at-bat. Or at least that's what we think. Second error on Wagner this season. So the tying run on first, top of the order. Jaron Duran hits a fly ball to left. Racing toward the corner, Davis Schneider. That gets out of play foul, 0-1. Little can erase a leadoff base runner. Gets a lot of contact on the ground. But Duran, a tough guy to double up with his speed. The 0-1. Curveball low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And he also has an advantage because he's standing in that lefty batter's box. He's probably about 5 or 6 feet closer to first base than a right-handed would.
Little kicks and deals. Pitch called low, 2-1.
Good pitch. Tyler Heineman wanted that call.
Austin has Aroldis Chapman, the closer, loosening up. 2-1 Blue Jays. Runner on first with nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Little set at the belt, staring at first. Now delivers home. Low again, ball 3.
You have to throw a strike in this situation here. You don't want to move that runner up to second base, that tying run with nobody out in the inning. You have to throw that fastball at the bottom of the strike zone. Let's see if Jarren Duran can hit a ground ball here.
Little looks in now, sets. His 3-1. Outside, ball 4. That looked borderline. In a zone that was gargantuan in the top half of the inning. It's called a ball this time. And so the walk advances. Ref Snyder, the tying run, to second. And Duran, the go-ahead run, is at first.
Brendan Little shaking his head. Tyler Heineman wanted that call. That's 2 calls in that at-bat that could have gone the Blue Jays' way, but didn't.
Pete Walker out to the mound to talk to Brendan Little right now. Really tough spot here. Rafael Devers coming up to the plate. Jarren Duran representing the go-ahead run on first. And he's almost a lock to score on any extra base hit. And who knows? He's a threat to score on some singles here at Fenway Park with his speed.
Although on the flip side, with Brendan Little's good sinker, Rafael Devers is a double play candidate here. A lot easier than Jarren Duran is, that's for sure.
He rolled into one in the 3rd inning. Little would love that again. Error by Wagner to start the inning, then a walk first and second for Boston with nobody out. Bottom half of the 8th inning. Fenway getting loud as Brendan Little sets and fires home. In the dirt, blocked by Heineman, 1-0.
It's so hard to locate that fastball. It just moves so much.
Little's 1-0. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase downstairs, 1-1.
Stay right there. Just throw that fastball to the bottom of the strike zone and then have it drop below it. That's a perfect pitch right there to Rafael Devers.
It's just so tough with Devers because the place you want to go is right next to his happy zone where he hits 400-foot bombs. 1-1. In the dirt, blocked by Heineman. Spiked that one in front of the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And you don't want to leave that knuckle curve over the middle either because he loves that pitch. Tough spot to be in for Brendan Little.
Devers with 5 doubles, a homer, and 9 RBIs so far this season. Batting in the 260s. 2-1. In the dirt, ball 3. Now he's got to come into the zone. Devers is just calling his bluff here.
Yeah, you can't walk him in this situation. As much as you don't want to throw a strike or a hittable pitch to Rafael Devers, worst case scenario would be walking him here.
First and second, no outs. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. 3-2. Challenge to middle down with a heater to make it a full count.
And you can see Tyler Heineman setting up at the top of the strike zone, really making sure that Brendan Little's able to throw a strike. Throw that exact same pitch again.
Devers will ask for time right as Little came set, so the pitcher Little goes to the back of the hill. And that tough outing against the Mets on this trip. Little with a 4.5 ERA on the season. He's pitched 2 scoreless outings since. 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Huge punch out, 1 down.
And just like that, the inning changes. What a pitch. looked like a strike and then just darted down. Like I said, it's so hard to make good big league hitters look like that on a fastball. Brendan Little, one of the best at it.
He gets Devers, but the run of a ton of lefties is done. So John Schneider will come take the baseball for a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Blue Jays not nearly out of the woods yet, up 2-1, but it's first and second for Boston with one out in the bottom of the eighth as Jimmy Garcia jogs in. Let's go to Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. One more check of the Masters, which are underway. The first day at Augusta today. And again, we usually check in on the Canadians and really any PGA Tour events, but Corey Connors makes that job a lot easier. The Listowel, Ontario native, tied for second right now. He's at 4 under after shooting his 68 in the opening round. He is tied with Scotty Scheffler heading into the second day tomorrow. England's Justin Rose is the clubhouse leader. He's at 7 under. In the NHL, another busy night, 10 games on the calendar, the season winding down. Only 2 Canadian teams in action. Jets Canucks. Winnipeg will take on the Stars, which should be a pretty great matchup. Dallas entering this game just 4 points back of Winnipeg in the Central Division. Puck drop for this game goes in just about 90 minutes, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. The Canucks, meanwhile, they have already unfortunately been eliminated from playoff contention. Tonight they're playing the Avalanche in Denver. Puck drop of that game goes at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. We also have Red Wings at Panthers earlier in the night, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, so in about half an hour. And this one is significant, as should Detroit win in regulation in Sunrise, the Leafs would clinch home ice advantage in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Having said that, the Panthers are heavy favorites tonight, as you might expect, for the defending Cup champs. And some international hockey news for Team Canada. 2025 IIHF World Championship is coming up beginning May 9th. It'll be in Stockholm, Sweden. Hockey Canada announcing the GM of the men's national team is Kyle Dubas. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. 7th appearance of the season for Jimmy Garcia, the right-hander in the game to put out a fire, often his job as a Blue Jays reliever. He enters with Toronto up 2-1. Runners on first and second, 1 out, bottom of the 8th. First opponent is Alex Bregman. The righty's pitch. High ball 1. Garcia yet to allow a run, or an earned run, I should say, in 5 1/3 innings. 1-0. Swinging a ground ball to third. Picked up Wagner. Throws to second for 1. Over to first. Not in time. Vlad Guerrero Jr. pointing back to John Schneider, telling him to take a look at that one. For now, it's a fielder's choice. 2 outs and runners on first and third. We'll see what the Blue Jays want to do. DeMarlo Hale on the phone. And the Blue Jays are going to challenge. And John Schneider looked like he pointed out to second. I wonder if they're going to challenge the slide as much as they're challenging the out. I don't think either on second look overturnable.
Yeah, he's definitely safe at first base. I don't think the slide really is questionable at second base, although slid past the bag, I guess. But I think this is just going to stand first and third, 2 outs in this inning.
He did slide through the bag into the fielder, although it wasn't that egregious.
Yeah, Bregman was very clearly safe at first base, so I don't think that's in question.
And they actually aren't going to challenge. They must have not gotten it off in time, or yeah, I think they just didn't get it off in time because they clearly asked for it. First and third, 2 down. The pitch to Tristan Casas in the dirt. Did it hit Casas? Ball is away, and the run comes in to score. Heineman never saw it, and now going first to third is going to be Duran. Tyler Heineman is saying that hit Tristan Casas, and it kind of looked like it hit him in the foot. The Blue Jays still have their challenge. Let's see if they're going to look at this one. For now, though, it's a wild pitch. The ball was only 5 feet away from Heineman, but he had no clue where it was as it ricocheted, we think, off Casas and then off Heineman and to the right.
Well, it looked weird from my angle, so I'm not sure what happened, but either way, I'm sure the Blue Jays are going to have a look at this. This is a very important run, obviously, in this ball game.
It was Rob Refsnyder on third and Alex Bregman on first.
I don't think that hit Casas. I just saw a slow motion replay. It hit in between his feet. Yeah, that's a run. That didn't hit Casas.
I tend to agree on the second look. And it got close, and then it hit off the chest of Heineman and rolled to the right, and he just had no clue where the baseball was. Jimmy Garcia ran in, and Heineman wasn't really covering the plate either as Garcia turned around to flip it. They wouldn't have got him anyway.
I tell you what, that was a great block. If Tyler Heineman was able to...
but he didn't know where the ball was.
Well, if he realized where that ball was, that would have been a game-saving block. Yeah, he blocked that baseball, looked to his left, but the ball had scooted to the right. A tough break for the Blue Jays.
For now, it's a wild pitch and a run scored, and Bregman all the way from first to third.
The call in the field is confirmed. No hit by pitch. Toronto will lose the count.
So a wild pitch after an error is going to bring in the run. You don't see the Blue Jays do stuff like this very often. But the Red Sox get a run basically due to Toronto errors, or mistakes, I should say. And with 2 down, the go-ahead run's on third in the bottom of the 8th.
And Alex Bregman's at third base now. Should have been at second base, but Jimmy Garcia threw that ball back to home plate. Nobody was there.
1-0 count to Tristan Casas. Bregman leading off in the eye line of his former Astro teammate, Jimmy Garcia. Righty Garcia sets and deals home. Fouled back, 1-1. Garcia charged with an error, advancing Bregman to third. Second error of the inning for the Blue Jays. One count, 2 outs, runner on third. And Heineman asking for time. It's granted by Manny Gonzalez.
Will Wagner actually had to go pick that ball up near the Blue Jays dugout, so nobody was at third base, and Alex Bregman was able to take the extra bag, a big extra bag.
1-1. Called strike, 1-2.
Good pitch. The power fastball on the inside part of the plate to Casas.
Garcia rocks and deals. And it's down and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So that run coming in is going to go against Brendan Little, although it won't be an earned run. Rob Refsnyder reached on a ground ball error at third base. The 2-2. Swing and a fly ball. Deep left field. On the warning track, Schneider makes the catch and ends the inning. The Red Sox tie it up, though. Without a hit, they score an unearned run. 2 errors in the inning for the Blue Jays and a crucial wild pitch to make it 2-2 as we head to the 9th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Because sometimes the music needs to speak for itself. Calm your commute with the instrumental channels on the Sirius XM app. From smooth jazz and epic orchestras to lo-fi beats and high-energy rock anthems. Find over a dozen instrumental channels available anytime, at home, on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Out of here! Yohei Ohtani Connect.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy basketball.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! I'm talking to you! The baseball fan hanging out with us, most preferably a Toronto Blue Jays fan, hanging out with us here at the best live hangout every single game on Toronto Sports Insider. Attention Blue Jays fans, if you are looking for wall-to-wall coverage of every single Toronto Blue Jays game, this season, you're at the right place. Real-time reactions, game breakdowns, and all the latest news on our Blue Jays. We're covering every pitch, every home run, every big moment all season long, and we want you here for the ride. So hit that subscribe button, turn on the notification bell so you don't miss a game, and plus, join in on our live chat streams. Let's make this a Blue Jays season to remember. Go Blue Jays, go. We'll see you in the chat.
Radio Network.
A pitching change to start the ninth inning, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 2-2 game, and left-hander Aroldis Chapman on the mound for the Red Sox. Second straight day that he'll pitch in a tie ball game in the ninth. The southpaw deals home to Tyler Heineman. Called strike 0-1.
Chapman hasn't given up a run this season. 2-0 with a 0 ERA. 5 games, 4 and 2/3 innings. 6 strikeouts. And like we saw the other day, still throwing 102, 101 miles an hour.
He's got a new battery mate. Blake Sabol is in now. Carlos Narvaez lifted last inning for Rob Refsnyder. The 0-1. Heineman hits it on the ground, left side, past the dive of the third baseman Bregman, off the short retaining wall. Heineman around first, but he'll stop there. He's got a leadoff single and 3 hits today.
That short retaining wall over there turns so many doubles, sure doubles, into singles. I thought Tyler Heineman was going to be standing on second base, but Red Sox got lucky there.
Every once in a while, it turns a single into a double, but I do get your point. That ball was racing down the line and got stopped short. Heineman representing the go-ahead run. Vlad Guerrero Jr. at the plate. He singled off Chapman yesterday. Left on right pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Center field, hit high but not super deep. Rafael under it makes a one-handed catch. And there's one out.
Vlad was right on that pitch. 100 miles an hour inside, but just got under it a little bit. Pretty good swing from him.
Blue Jays pass the baton to Bo Bichette. 2-2 game, top of the ninth. Heineman on first. No pinch runners available for Heineman. The only guy on the bench left is Alejandro Kirk. The pitch to Bo. Swing and a foul back. Backswing might have clipped Sabol. It's 0-1.
101 right down the middle. Aroldis Chapman says, here it is.
Cuban left-hander has been known for his velocity since he debuted in the majors. Signed with the Reds in 2010. Is 0-1. Called strike. 101 at the knees. 0-2.
Yeah, that's a tough pitch. You can see the frustration on Bo's face. It's impossible to hit.
A big presence on the hill, the left-hander. Chapman looks at first. One more peek in the 0-2. Swing and a foul off. Bichette reaches up and hits away 101 to stay alive.
That's a great job. He was just trying to stay alive there. That was a tough fastball, up and away. Bo just throws the bat out, tries to foul it off.
Don't tell Chapman that his velocity is a little down the last couple of years. He's pumping easy 100 right now. Here's 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Runner takes off. The throw is wide and short. Bichette down on strikes, but the go-ahead run into scoring position as Tyler Heineman takes second base.
How about Tyler Heineman? Probably went first move there. He got a pretty good jump off of Aroldis Chapman. Yeah, he went first move. He stole that bag off of Chapman there. No chance.
Here's a real tough matchup for Andres Jimenez, left on left with Aroldis Chapman. Go-ahead run on second. 2 down, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Unleashes the slider at 87 for strike 1.
That's just unfair. My goodness.
At his peak, sometimes that was his nastiest pitch, as good as the fastball is. The 0-1. Bounced it, and Sabol just trapped it 100 hitting the dirt. Barely kept it from getting to the backstop. Jimenez 0 for 4 today. 2 strikeouts, 2 groundouts. Faces a 1-1. Front door slider for called strike 2.
And then he mixes in that backup slider right there. I mean, that's impossible.
I don't know how you ever hit the slider. Gearing up for 100. Chapman sets. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him on the splitter. Back-to-back Ks to end a scoreless inning for Aroldis Chapman. We go to the bottom of the 9th, where either the Red Sox will walk it off or we'll have extra innings for a second straight day. 2-2 ball game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at ArmstrongBirdFood.com. At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
They got him. A strike him out, throw him out, double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Blue Jays and Red Sox tied at 2 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning at Fenway Park. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker have the post-game show. They will take your calls and your texts. Jeff will throw out the numbers for you to call once this game is in the books. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and Sox tied at 2, bottom 9 at Fenway. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue with the call.
Thank you very much, Joe. If the Blue Jays are going to sweep Boston in a 4-game set at Fenway for the second time in their club's history, they're going to have to go to extra innings. 2-2, bottom 9. Jimmy Garcia back out after getting 2 outs in the 8th. And his pitch to Trevor Story, check swing, peel down to first. He did not go on a pitch inside, ball 1. Garcia set, the 1-0. Swing and a miss, 95 elevated to even the count. Jimmy went more than 1 inning 6 different times last year. Here's 1-1. Swing and a miss. What a sweeper, just ran away from Story, 1-2.
That was tough. Didn't have a lot of vertical movement, but had all kinds of horizontal movement on that pitch. Trevor Story was nowhere near it.
Story, Campbell, Abreu scheduled to hit this inning. The 1-2. Hit foul, back out into the seats, out of play. Red Sox bench options remaining are the left-handed hitting David Hamilton and right-handed hitting Romy Gonzalez. Gonzalez really mostly plays against lefties. 1-2. Swing and a pop-up behind the plate. Heineman took off the mask, but that one's out of play. So he'll toss a new baseball out to Jimmy Garcia. What's it like for relievers who don't often do this to pitch in an inning, sit down, and then get back up for another one?
Well, it's hard to stay focused because you're generally done after one, and you don't know the feeling of sitting in the dugout and still being focused on the game.
1-2 is line to left field. Foul ball. About 30 inches of foul territory down that line, and Story found it.
So I don't think it's difficult to be in the ball game, to stand on that mound for another inning, but I think it's difficult to be in the dugout and stay locked in. I'm sure Jimmy Garcia is fine with it, though. Ball was about 3 inches foul.
That was real close. And a leadoff double is the exact opposite of what the Blue Jays could use right now. 2-2 game, no outs, bottom of the ninth. Blue Jays got 2 innings out of Jeff Hoffman yesterday, so very questionable whether he's available today. The 1-2. Swing and another line drive. That one bounces through the left side of the infield and into left for a base hit. Leadoff single for Story, representing the winning run.
Well, that's not where Jimmy Garcia wanted that pitch. Tyler Heineman wanted that sweeper away, preferably off the plate outside, and he just left that spinner on the inside part of the plate. Trevor Story was able to hit it through that hole on the left side. Tough start to this inning for the Jays.
Christian Campbell up now, the rookie who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Garcia's pitch. Runner takes off, pitch low ball, throw to second, not in time, it bounced in. It wouldn't have been there in time to get Story anyway, and now the winning run's on second.
And Trevor Story stole that bag on Jimmy Garcia. He got a really, really good jump. And Tyler Heineman really had no chance, even if he made a perfect throw.
You wonder now if Campbell's going to show bunt. Nobody out, winning run on second. 1-0 count. Garcia set. And the pitch. Swinging away, lines the ball to left field. Schneider makes a waist-high catch. 1 out.
The only thing I think about when I'm thinking about bunting with a guy already in scoring position is who's on the mound. Jimmy Garcia has strikeout stuff, so you don't want that next batter coming up with 1 out, guy on third. Jimmy Garcia is trying to strike that guy out, and then he ends up striking out. So I don't mind swinging away there because the guy's already in scoring position.
You do get 3 chances at hitting a single to win it. That was nearly the game-winning single. Instead, 1 out. And the Blue Jays are going to walk Wilyer Abreu, set up some forces, and avoid one of the hottest hitters in baseball to start the year.
I mean, that's a no-brainer. That run at first base doesn't matter. It's a tie ball game. And, of course, Jimmy Garcia would rather face a righty than a lefty, especially a Wilyer Abreu, who's really hot.
And instead of the 14 for 40 Wilyer Abreu, you go up against the 8 for 38, Cedon Rafaela. First and second, 1 out. 2-2 bottom 9. And Tyler Heineman asking for time. Just making sure he and Jimmy Garcia are on the same page. Action in both bullpens in case we continue into extras. First pitch cut on and missed. 0-1.
Jimmy Garcia's left a couple of those sweepers over the middle, little spinners. Needs to get back on top of that thing.
A single more than likely wins it for the Red Sox. Story on second is the winning run. The 0-1. Fouled away, and Garcia ahead 0-2.
Garcia's now at 18 pitches in this inning.
The 2-strike pitch. High, ball 1. He's looking for strikeouts, but a ground ball certainly would help in this situation with first and second, 1 out. The 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Just blew the fastball by him at 95, 2 outs.
Yeah, that's a perfect pitch in that situation. Cedon Rafaela thinking something soft, probably a sweeper, and he just absolutely blew him away. What a pitch from Jimmy Garcia.
So with the game on the line, Blake Sabol will hit for Boston. Brought up because of the Connor Wong injury. This is his second at-bat of the season. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Red Sox couldn't pinch hit for Sabol here because they already substituted out their other catcher. They don't have another catcher on their roster. The 0-1. called strike. Backdoor sweeper, 0-2.
Not a bad pitch there, but it's too good because this Sable is almost 100% antsy right now. He's starting to get antsy. He'd probably swing at anything.
0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Goes down and away with the change, punches out Sable, and sends us to extra innings. Why not have some free baseball 2 days in a row? It's 2-2 as we head to the 10th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Drywall, an essential part of many, many projects. It's important to get it right and start with quality materials. Essentials you'll always find competitively priced at Timber Mart, like CGC, a recognized giant in the drywall industry for over 100 years and leading Canadian manufacturer of gypsum drywall. Well established and reputable, building pros and contractors know CGC, and you get exactly what the best builders trust. That's as sexy as drywall gets. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
Enter Night Mode.
It's a stylish Friday night in the city.
Every Friday home game.
No doubter.
Where we celebrate everything that makes our city one of a kind. Would you always feel like part of the show? On Friday, April 18th, be at the ballpark early and get your Blue Jays City Connect Bomber Jacket giveaway presented by Enercare. The first 50,000 fans will be geared up for spring nights in the city. City Connect Fridays. Night Mode. Lights up. Let's go. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Hey, this is Dalton Varsho. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Blue Jays and Red Sox tied at 2 as we head to the top of the 10th inning at Fenway Park. Extras in Boston. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard coming up in about 15 minutes. It'll be Phillies at Braves on Sportsnet Plus. Philly will send Jesus Luzardo. And Atlanta, despite a 3-9 record, will send Spencer Schwellenbach. He will go for the Braves. Again, that one on Sportsnet Plus at 7:15 Eastern, 4:15 Pacific. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Blue Jays and Red Sox tied at 2. Top 10 at Fenway. Automatic runner time. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. Also time for a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Lefty Brennan Bernardino is into the game for the Red Sox. Take it over for a fellow lefty in Aroldis Chapman. Andres Jimenez on second and Anthony Santander to lead off the 10th. Bernardino, the southpaw, deals to the switch hitter. No, he kicks the leg up, inside move, turns around to second. It'll be one disengagement. Now some pitch comm issues for Bernardino. A 26th rounder by the Reds in 2014 out of Cal State Dominguez Hills. Released a couple years later, bounced around, pitched in Mexico. Pitched at one point in indie ball with the Winnipeg Goldeyes in 2018, and then made his way back to affiliated ball with Cleveland for a little bit, back to Mexico, back to affiliated ball with the Mariners. Pitched twice for Seattle in 2022, and each of the last 2 years has been a big part of the Red Sox pen, throwing over 50 innings in 2023 and 2024.
Yeah, he's been pretty good. 6-5 with a 3.52 ERA in his career, 117 ball games.
He turns around Santander to hit right. And here's the first pitch of the inning. Called strike. It's not bringing a ton of gas with the fastball. Sat around 93 with the sinker. But he's got a good changeup, a cutter, and a curveball. The 0-1. Swinging bunt, first base side, barehanded by Sable. Throw down to first in time to get Santander. If nothing else, it advances Andres Jimenez to third with 1 out.
Yeah, actually a good play over there from Tristan Casas. Not a great throw from Sable. Sable was trying to avoid Santander and almost threw it away over there at first base.
So the go-ahead run on third base, 1 out. George Springer up. He doubled his last time up for his third double and 6th extra base hit of the year. Infield is in. Bernardino, the lefty, with a breath in the pitch. Inside, check swing by Springer, appeal down to first. No swing, it's 1-0. You almost have to get one here. The Blue Jays didn't in the 10th yesterday and survived, but Jeff Hoffman was Herculean to make that happen. 1-0 pitch, chop foul, 1-1.
I mean, it's not going to happen twice. If you don't score in that 10th inning, at least that guy from second base, it won't happen twice. The Blue Jays need to score this run.
The top of the order will be due up for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 10th. 2-2 with Jimenez on third and one out. The 1-1 pitch. Check swing called, strike. 1-2. The outfield's still playing deep, so a lot of space between the drawn-in infield and the outfielders for Springer to dunk one in. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Bernardino does have a pretty good curveball. A lot of movement on it. That one right there was a little bit backed up, but when he throws a good one, stays on top of it. Pretty good.
2-2. Swing and a fly ball, medium depth right field. Abreu camped under it. Jimenez tagging. Abreu makes the catch. Here's the throw to the plate. It's offline, and the Blue Jays take a 3-2 lead on the sac fly from George Springer.
Good job from George Springer, getting some loft underneath that baseball. He's such a smart hitter. He knew exactly what he needed to do with that pitch, and he got it just deep enough to score Andres Jimenez from third base. That's a big run in this ball game.
RBI for Springer. The Blue Jays take the lead once again. They'd still love to add more, although it's 2 outs and the base is empty. First left-on-left matchup of the inning for Bernardino comes with Will Wagner at the plate. The pitch. Called strike. Nick Sandlin was loosening up for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 9th. He did pitch and save the game in the 11th yesterday. 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2.
Looks like he's the guy coming into this ball game. Still out there getting loose.
The 0-2. Swinging bunt third base side. Started foul, stays foul. It had some weird spin, so Wagner took off for first just in case, but never dropped the bat.
Bernardino sprinted over there too, trying to make sure that ball didn't come back into fair territory.
No balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody aboard. And it's 3-2 for the Blue Jays in the top of the 10th. The pitch. Swing and a liner, foul left side. Bernardino looks in, now sets at the belt. Closed in his set, the pitch. In the dirt. Impressive sliding pick by Sable. No one on base, but good play from the catcher anyway. 1-2. Blue Jays with the lead, looking for a sweep in a 4-game series at Fenway Park. 1-2. Swing and a pop-up back of second. The center fielder Rafaela into shallow left center makes the catch to end the inning. Sac fly from George Springer gives Toronto the lead. It's 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 10th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Hey, baseball fans, Blue Jays fans from all over the world. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this afternoon, this evening. whatever time it may be, all over the world where you're watching. Thank you for hanging out with us. Please take the time to help us get more fans here in the chat. And how do you do that? You hit the like button, exit out of the chat, smash that like button, and then click the share and send it out to all your friends that are Blue Jays fans on social media. We'll get more and more Blue Jays fans coming into the chat, and then YouTube will send us out even more because they see everybody coming in from those shared links. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Jays, go. Come on, Vladdy and Bo and the rest of the Jays. It's time to get winning.
Sox 3-2 as we head to the bottom of the 10th inning at Fenway Park. Extras continuing in Beantown. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Blair and Barker have the post-game show. They will take your calls and your texts this evening. Jeff will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays leading the Sox 3-2 at Fenway, bottom of the 10th inning. With the call, here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Nick Sandlin is on, looking for a save on his second straight night. It's 3-2 Blue Jays. Blake Sable, the catcher, will be the automatic runner over at second. Top of the order for Boston, Jarren Duran up. Sandlin's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike one.
How about that pitch to a tough hitter. Big first strike there.
Sandlin came in yesterday, retired the Red Sox in order, including Duran, to end the game. The 0-1. Swinging a ground ball past the dive of the second baseman Jimenez into center. Coming around third, Sable. He'll come in to score, and it's tied 3-3 on an RBI single from Jarren Duran.
Well, it's not a bad pitch. It's just a tough hitter. Jarren Duran is so smart, swings at good pitches, knows exactly what to do with those pitches that are away. He just hammers that thing into center field. Pretty good split finger down in the strike zone. Now you just go to work. Ball game's tied again.
A lot of work still to be done with Rafael Devers at the plate and Duran representing the winning run. Throw over to first by Sandlin. Duran dives back in.
And I'm sure at some point Jarren Duran's going to take off and try to steal second base.
Heineman has caught one Red Sox going today. It's Christian Campbell in the seventh. Sandlin throws over again, and Duran back in again. And now Jarren Duran has a lot of real estate. Back-to-back disengagements, so Sandlin really can't step off again in this whole plate appearance.
And Jarren Duran's 5 for 5 on the season. Hasn't been thrown out yet.
3-3 game. Duran on first with no outs in the bottom of the 10th. Sandlin's pitch. Pitch out, and Duran didn't go. Ball one.
I don't mind that. The only thing is now you've fallen behind Rafael Devers.
Now Duran almost certainly goes on this one. You're not going to pitch out twice. He does take off, pitch a strike, throw to second. They got him. Heck of a throw from Tyler Heineman. Tag applied on the backside by Bo Bichette. Duran still at second, but that one looked pretty clear, and he's going to start heading back to the Red Sox dugout. One down.
Yeah, the Red Sox are taking a look at this right now, but I'm pretty sure that Jarren Duran's out at second base. What a throw from Tyler Heineman. Bo Bichette just tags him right on the lower back. A huge out.
He's definitely out. No challenge from the Red Sox. Pitch was a strike, so it's a 1-1 count. One out, base is empty. The pitch. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Red Sox came into today as a team perfect on the base paths, trying to steal bases. They've been thrown out twice by the former Red Sox, Tyler Heineman. The 2-1. Swing and a liner down in right center field. Picked up on a couple bounces by Miles Straw. Devers on first now, and he represents the winning run.
Nick Sandlin actually threw that pitch exactly where he wanted to. Tyler Heineman was set up and away. Nick Sandlin hit his spot, and Rafael Devers just reached out and poked that thing into center field. Didn't hit it hard, but hit it hard enough.
It's a tough spot for Sandlin. He's being asked to save a game for a second straight night. He had 1 career save before yesterday. But the Blue Jays don't have Jeff Hoffman today. They've already used Little, Garcia, and Green. The pitch to Alex Bregman. Slider for a strike, 0-1.
Good pitch. Have to get ahead of Alex Bregman there with the strike.
Bregman 1 for 4 with an RBI single in the 6th. The 0-1. Outside, good stop by Heineman, sprawling to his right to keep it from the backstop, 1-1.
The good thing about this situation is there's almost no chance that Rafael Devers tries to steal second base, so Nick Sandlin can just focus on Alex Bregman right now.
The 1-1. And he hit him. Caught him on the elbow. Bregman down to first in the winning run into scoring position for Boston.
Just clip that elbow. Alex Bregman wearing all that elbow pad, all that guard there, so he's not injured, but that's a tough job now for Nick Sandlin. Runner on second base, less than 2 outs in this inning for the Red Sox.
It's probably just the way that Bregman was turning back, and I certainly don't think it's something that could be reviewed at all. He might have let his elbow get in the way of that ball, but that is part of the game. And he helps the winning run into scoring position. They're going to lift Devers now for a pinch runner. David Hamilton, who has a lot of speed, is over at second. That leaves only Romy Gonzalez left on the Red Sox bench. Two singles and a hit batter in this inning, although there was a caught stealing in between. So there's 1 out. It's a 3-3 game. First and second for the Red Sox. Bottom of the 10th.
Well, I think Nick Sandlin's split finger will work against Tristan Casas. Throw that thing down and away, see if he can roll over one into a double play here.
Casas, a big left-handed hitter. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball foul to the left, 0-1. A single to the outfield almost certainly scores Hamilton and wins the game. The 0-1. Called strike. Planted that on the inside edge. 0-2.
They're really trying to pound him in. Tristan Casas, a big guy. I think Nick Sandlin doesn't want him to get those arms extended.
Back-to-back fastballs for the side-arming righty. Casas asks for time. He's just outside the box. Back in, 2 taps of the plate, and he looks out to Sandlin. Righty set, hunched over, first base side. 0-2. In the dirt with the splitter, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I like that pitch choice there, but you have to make it look like it's a strike. Out of the hand, that was a ball all the way. Tristan Casas with a good take there.
Sandlin set. The 1-2. Call the ball, and that's just in the zone.
That is a perfect pitch from Nick Sandlin. Everybody in that Blue Jays dugout is asking where that pitch was.
I mean, after the shenanigans of the Davis Schneider at bat today, it's some unbelievable misses going against the Blue Jays.
You could see John Schneider saying that ball's not up. That ball's not up. That is a perfect pitch.
Sandlin with the inside move to turn to second. I mean, it might be up on your average guy, but not on a 6'4" hitter like Tristan Casas. That whole ball was in the strike zone.
Yeah, that's a huge call in this game.
2-2 count with 1 out. Casas with an extra life in the pitch. Did it hit him? It did. And look at that. You miss the call, extend the at-bat, and now the Red Sox have the bases loaded when there should be 2 outs.
Yeah, that's a big call in this ball game. You can see John Schneider staring in at Manny Gonzalez, the home plate umpire. I mean, Nick Sandlin just made his pitch and wasn't rewarded for it.
Not to take all the blame away from Sandlin when you hit a batter, but it's hard enough to get a major league hitter out once. Now a fly ball will win it. Trevor Story at the plate, bases loaded, 1 out, bottom of the 10th, 3-3 score. Infield is in, the pitch. Called strike.
It's a good pitch. It's tough to come into a powerful hitter like Trevor Story with the bases loaded, 1 out in the 10th inning.
Story 2 for 4 today. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, nothing in 2.
Now you expand the zone. And most importantly, if you're Tyler Heineman, you have to be a wall back there. You can't let anything get by you. That run out at third base is the winning run.
Expect Hamilton to be aggressive off third. A lot of speed, and he represents the winning run. The 0-2. Outside, ball 1. Hamilton on third, Bregman second, Costas first. 1 out, bottom of the 10th. Heineman's going to go out to the mound and talk to his reliever.
Yeah, if you're not on the same page, if you aren't sure what Nick Sandlin wants to do here, you better get out there and ask him. And Bo Bichette's in on this conversation as well.
Bichette just listening, likely gathering what they're going to do so he can have his positioning. You want a ground ball right at someone, a pop-up, or a strikeout if you're Nick Sandlin. Three game. This is the most runs the Red Sox have scored in a game in this series, but they'll need one more to win it. Winning run on third base. Bases loaded, 1 down. And the 1-2 to Story. Check swing on a pitch low, 2-2.
That's a good pitch. You can see Trevor Story wanted to swing the bat, but was able to just hold it back.
Sandlin up to 16 pitches in the inning. Two balls, 2 strikes. The righty set, glove at his chest. He kicks and offers. Grounded foul.
It's almost like Trevor Story was sitting split finger there, was right on that thing.
4-seam sinker, slider, splitter for Sandlin. He's offered everything but the 4-seamer to Story. Another 2-2. Swinging bunt towards second, bobbled by Jimenez, and the Red Sox win the game. David Hamilton comes in to score. Boston takes it 4-3 as in the late innings and extra innings, the defense lets it down for the Blue Jays on a rare off night.
Watching the replay on that play, I'm almost certain that Andres Jimenez doesn't get that out at home plate. Even if he comes up with that baseball, that's why he was trying to rush it. David Hamilton was going on contact, and he was almost to home plate when Andres Jimenez made contact with that baseball. So I think that was a game over no matter what.
A walk-off for Trevor Story, and the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, fail to sweep as they lose 4-3 in 10 innings. We'll take a step aside, wrap it up, and get you over to Blue Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Drywall, an essential part of many, many projects. It's important to get it right and start with quality materials. Essentials you'll always find competitively priced at Timber Mart, like CGC, a recognized giant in the drywall industry for over 100 years and leading Canadian manufacturer of gypsum drywall. Well established and reputable, building pros and contractors know CGC, and you get exactly what the best builders trust. That's as sexy as drywall gets. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
Enter night mode.
It's a stylish Friday night in the city.
Every Friday home game.
No doubt
where we celebrate everything that makes our city one of a kind. Would you always feel like part of the show? On Friday, April 18th, be at the ballpark early and get your Blue Jays City Connect Bomber Jacket giveaway presented by Enercare. The first 50,000 fans will be geared up for spring nights in the city. City Connect Fridays, night mode, lights up, let's go. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Roddy rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back to back to back.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. Toronto drops the series finale to the Boston Red Sox 4-3 in 11 innings. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for sticking around. The Blue Jays today in another pitcher's duel, second straight day that they had one of those with the Boston Red Sox. And Chris, that was because Chris Bassitt was really, really good again for Toronto.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of pitching and pitchers' duels, you probably enjoyed the last couple of games. Chris Bassitt was fantastic tonight. He didn't have his best stuff, his best command, but when he needed to make a big pitch, when he needed to get somebody out, he did it. He had the sinker. He had that cutter. I mean, he was a bulldog out there. He grinded through the start, and I mean, if you look at the box score was pretty telling. He's a guy that he didn't even throw that many pitches, right? 5 2/3, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 5 Ks. I mean, what a stud out there. His third good start of the season.
Chris Bassitt left, though, with the Blue Jays trailing. They did not do much today against Walker Buehler. 6 1/3, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Definitely the best start for Buehler as a Red Sox. Toronto, though, would score 1 off Buehler and 1 off Justin Wilson to take a 2-1 lead. And you go to the 8th inning, and Toronto, so often one of, if not the premier defensive team in baseball, had an error to start that inning, and then a wild pitch where the ball was lost around the plate. Another error in that sequence as well. And that ended up tying the game. The Blue Jays would score 1 in the 10th, but in the bottom of the 10th, Nick Sandlin gave up 2 hits. There was a caught stealing, hit 2 batters, and then it would have been a tight play, like you mentioned, but Andres Gimenez does not come up with the ball on the grounder to second, trying to get the force out at home, and they just were not as sharp on that side of the baseball as they usually are.
Yeah, the last play of the ball game, I've seen the replay a few times now, and I'm almost certain that Andres Gimenez could see David Hamilton really scooting down that third base line, and he tried to be too quick to home plate, and that's why he bobbled that baseball and had to go to first for the out. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about opportunities. The Blue Jays didn't come through when they could have earlier on in the ball game, and they dropped this big game in Boston.
Blue Jays lose the game 4-3 in 11 innings, 3 runs on 8 hits for Toronto, 2 errors, 9 left, 4 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors for Boston with 9 left. Brennan Bernardino pitched the top of the 10th. He gets his first win of the year. Nick Sandlin with the loss is now 0-2, no save in today's game. This one took 3 hours and 11 minutes in front of just over 25,000, and the Red Sox win it, so it's a 3-1 series victory for the Blue Jays overall in Boston. They do not pick up that second 4-game sweep at Fenway in franchise history. Toronto back in action tomorrow as they wrap up this trip with 3 games in Baltimore. A 7:05 Eastern first pitch. Bowden Francis against Tomoyuki Sugano. Blue Jays saw his major league debut. Now they'll see him a little bit more settled into North American baseball. And Bowden Francis off to a great start. We'll see what he has tomorrow night. For Brandon Brown and Tom Young, our technical directors, Show Ali, our host and producer, my partner Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And stay with us. Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker starts right now.
All right, Kevin Barker. Well, if you're not going to hit and you're going to rely on your pitching and defense, I guess it stands to reason that every now and then you're going to lose a game like today, 4-3, the Boston Red Sox beating the Toronto Blue Jays, and misplays in the field, contributing mightily to this game. The last play of the game, basically, I mean, it's a tough sit. First of all, let's just say Manny Gonzalez
he's an awful umpire. Say it.
Yeah, he sucks.
He does. There you go.
He
Bam.
stinks.
That made you feel good about yourself right there, didn't it?
Well, a little bit, yeah.
There you go. It's about time.
I mean, he may be.
He's awful.
He may be Angel Hernandez's son. We don't know.
Man,
but
he is terrible.
I mean, the point is, all that aside, yeah, the strike zone was just awful all night long. However, awful for both sides, it must be said. Nonetheless, Kevin, bases loaded after a couple of hit batters and a single in the 10th inning. Trevor Story grounds out to Andres Jimenez. And I think Ben and Chris had the call. I don't think even if Jimenez fields the ball cleanly, I'm not certain he gets Hamilton home.
Yeah, it's a tough play, right? I mean, he's trying to set his feet in the direction that he wants the ball to go. You know, that whenever you do that, sort of the ball gets on you a little quicker than normal, right? Because he's trying to set sort of the transfer out of the ball from the glove quicker because he's setting his feet towards the target. It's a tough play, right? I mean, Hamilton's a fast guy. He knew it'd be bang, bang. So what you have to do, right, infield in, ball right from a right-handed hitter. It's probably twirling a little bit away from you because he hit it off the end of the bat. Like, I mean, it's bang, bang. That's a tough play. I think it's more about the 8th inning than it was that inning, right? I mean, Sandlin coming in, that's a tough get for him, top of the order like that, right? I mean, he's got to be perfect. I mean, you're punching guys out. You don't get the call, and then
Jeff Hoffman's was not available, by the way, just so we. We'll sell that.
So they, right. I mean, you're right. Like, they need to almost play a perfect game when you're not hitting, and they didn't, and they lost.
And they're not hitting.
No, oh my gosh.
I mean,
they're not.
Vladdy was given not given the day off. Vladdy didn't start today.
Well, play him.
It's a planned day off. I mean, you can't say it's silly. It's something that
is silly.
Well,
you can have a day off when the season's over.
Well, it's a little early for that, Kevin. I mean, it is,
Well, I mean,
again, whatever they're doing,
third or second or
whatever they're doing to keep him healthy, right, is working.
They're playing him. That's how they're keeping him healthy.
Nonetheless, Anthony Santander again. Now, first inning single, but 0 for 4 otherwise with 3 strikeouts, and I mean. Just Kevin missing hittable. I mean, we were talking missing hittable pitches.
Yeah,
like 93 middle. I just missing.
Yeah, I think it's because he's swinging at everything and he's on his heels a little bit. That scoreboard's never been bigger in these parks. Like, all he's got to do is like raise his eye level just a little bit over the cap of the pitcher, and he can see what he's hitting and what he's not doing when it comes to hitting homers and driving in runs. So, yeah, I ask you, sort of a when's it not early anymore? Are we getting there?
No.
Well, I mean, they seem to tell us that he's notorious slow starter. Well, when's that slow starting end? Like,
if you look at
May 1st, when's it over?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a 210 hitter lifetime in the month of April. So yeah.
So he's going to stink for the rest of the month until he gets to May 1st?
That's entirely possible.
That hurts, Jeff.
It's entirely possible.
That hurt. Poor pitching.
Chris Bassitt was good again tonight, wasn't he?
He's Chris Bassitt. That's just Jeff. I mean, the
he threw 8 different pitches, Kevin.
He did. He threw 5 pitches 3 or more times.
Yeah,
he was sinker, cutter, curve heavy. The curve was 19 to 20 miles an hour difference between the sinker and the cutter. I mean, he didn't have his best command with the cutter and the sinker. I mean, he did exactly what he was supposed to do, right? Mm-hmm. Instead of trying to throw it harder, throw it softer, throw it slower, have it break more, let them get themselves out. That's how you get a little bit deeper, because he knew who they didn't have in the bullpen, right? He was trying to fight through it and get through that inning, just so happened it didn't. And, that I think is what we're used to seeing with Chris. He gives them a chance. I'm not saying all the time, but most of the time, just because of all the pitches, the changing speeds, again, would you like to see him have a little bit better command with the sinker cutter? Absolutely. But you can't always have that. He grinded through it. He at least gave him a chance to get the lead going into the 8th inning, which is all you can ask. turn it over. Jimmy Garcia don't flip that wild pitch, they're winning that game. So, it's just part of it, right? That's why you were saying on our show it's very hard to sweep a team in the big leagues in 4 games. Just, it's hard. Everything's got to go right, and especially when you're not hitting. When you're not hitting, it puts a lot of pressure on everything to be perfect. And it wasn't today.
So the Jays did take 3 of 4 from the Red Sox. They go on to Baltimore to open a 3-game series against the Baltimore Orioles tomorrow night. And maybe going home will ignite Anthony Santander in the friendly confines of maybe not.
Well, it's not May 1st yet.
I mean, yeah, it's.
Tell him it's May 1st.
There was, well, you could. There'd be somebody sneak in. He's got an Apple Watch or something. Somebody sneak in and change it, or just change all the calendars in the clubhouse. Anthony, it's May 1st. Happy May Day. Happy May Day.
Yeah. Welcome to the season.
Welcome to the season. Exactly. 416-870-0590 star 590 1-888-666-0590. Again, Kevin, we talked about Will Wagner. That's the numbers. Those are the numbers to call, by the way. 590 the text line. We'll get out to the phone lines in a minute. Kevin, we talked about Will Wagner's defense on Blair and Barker today. Yeah. And the defense comes back to bite the Blue Jays. They've been a pretty good defensive team this year. Will Wagner just does not make that play in the 8th inning with Rob Refsnyder pinch hitting, and that kind of opens the door.
It's 2 plays. It's the error that he made that he sort of let the ball play him, right? Those ones that have top spin. I know it's hard, but you got to come get them. I mean, Cecil Cooper used to always tell me that all the time. He used to yell and scream at me, when you see top spin balls with big hops, come and get it. Don't let it play you. Because when it hits the ground close to you, it's going to take a quick big hop, exactly what it did with Wagner. And you could tell on the double play that he wanted to make sure he caught it first. Mm-hmm. That's why he went to a knee. Game of inches, Jeff, right? When you go to a knee, you try to stand up and throw. It takes you a little bit longer. It means the runner going to first is gaining a little bit more ground to the first base bag. That's why he was safe. So, it's like he's learning on the fly. If you're going to stick him out there, put him in a position that he's not used to playing. It's really hard to learn that when everything's quicker and it's the 8th inning and you're up 2-1. I mean, it's just, sometimes I think that, what's that saying? You got to learn the hard way. I think he got a heavy dose of that today. And
Alex Bregman reaching in the fielder's choice in the 8th inning, the double play not made, and then that is when Jimmy Garcia uncorked the wild pitch, and the Red Sox second run came in. And,
You happy about Brendan Little? You want to see a little bit more of that? What? Don't look at me like that.
We
got Pete Walker anymore. That might be the first or second question we ask.
Yeah, we're not going to have any choice in the matter. It doesn't appear. So they appear to be married to him.
I ain't got no more lefties down there. Fluharty, you ain't going to Fluharty.
No.
So, I mean, if that's, again, we've seen the difference, right? We saw that with the Mets. When he's getting the 1, 2, 3 in the order, it sort of looked like it looked today, right? Mm-hmm. I'm choking that off. Everything's a little tighter. When it was 4, 5, 6, and it was Nemo and whoever else was following, right? It was tacking the bottom of the zone. It was snapping it out front. It was free and easy, not overthinking it. So that's a hurdle I think he's got to overcome. I don't know how he overcomes it. Maybe you're having conversations, veteran guys having conversations with him on plane rides. And, again, I get back to that Wagner thing. Maybe you just have to learn the hard way. And the only way he's going to get past this is if they continue to run him out there. I've asked, are you going to keep throwing him in these spots? I've gotten the same answer 2 different times. Absolutely.
Well, he's on the team. It's not like they have a crap ton of options. So, unless Ross can conjure up another lefty reliever, this is what they got.
Yeah.
And this is what they'll have to go with. Guy and Maple, you're on Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker.
Hey, guys. Yeah, just a quick comment first. I thought Andrea Bocelli could have did it better than the home plate umpire.
He was not good tonight.
That was terrible.
You know what I was thinking, Guy? I follow the umpire scorecards on X. I can't wait to see that umpire scorecard tomorrow morning because it was not good. It was, and for credit, I mean, it wasn't good for either team, but it just seemed as if he was really bad late in the game. And the Blue Jays just seem to be, yeah.
Yeah. If you can't call a 75 mile per hour pitch, I mean, never mind 100 miles. I mean, this guy doesn't belong in the game. But anyway, just wanted to say, I think Tyler Heineman's definitely earned himself a few more starts. The one thing about the difference I noticed between him and Kirk, I mean, he appreciates the moment. Obviously, he seems more motivated. Kirk never has any emotion. It's just the same old crap with him. You know, the guy's got 26 guys left on base and 2 RBIs in 10 games that he's been there. And, you know, when you're batting sixth, and Barker, tell me if I'm wrong here. I mean, most of your guys that are getting on base are going to be your top 4 or 5 guys, obviously. They're the best hitters and whatnot. But the guys who are going to be hitting with the most guys on base are probably just as important. And not so much to get hits, but to at least make contact or to bring guys over. And guys like Ernie Clement or Rodin or guys like that, Jimenez, those are the types of guys you want to see batting in the 6th hole. Kirk should not be batting higher than 8th. He's a decrement to this team as far as, you know, batting in the 6th hole. He's let us down game in, game out. Every time he hits, he's got, 0 base hits or 0 extra base hits or 1 double or whatever. No walks. You know, I know he doesn't strike out. He pops up a lot. I think Heineman's earned his keep, at least for a little while yet. And I just want to know both your thoughts on that. I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, Kevin, I'll turn it over to you because I know you are the president of the Alejandro Kirk fan club. You were the guy that was saying pay the man going into the year.
We'll put Gee down for undecided.
Yeah.
Look, they gave Kirky $58 million. Kirky's playing. I mean, get used to Kirky. Like, Heineman's the backup catcher, and again, he's probably the backup for a reason. Right. I mean, I know it's fun to watch him do things offensively. I do love the way Heineman is very aggressive with calling timeout, running out there and basically saying, dude, let's go. Like every once in a while, you just got to run out there and throw your hand on somebody's chest and go, it's me and you, man. Let's get this done.
Yeah.
You know, that's A forever. And I think that's what Gee's talking about, but that's just not Kirky's nature. This is what you're getting. I'm with Gee a little bit when it comes to his swing. I don't think it's how many he gets. It's when he gets them. I'm okay. You know, if he's giving you 55 to 65 RBIs, all the other stuff I don't care about, right? I mean, they love the trickery and he's done a better job of throwing people out. Heineman was really good today throwing Duran out. You kidding me, Jeff? Right. So, I mean,
Tyler Heineman, though, has been with a lot of organizations as a backup. So, and I'm not taking anything away from him. He's a perfect backup catcher.
He ain't making $58 million,
no.
Jeff.
Well, no, he ain't.
He ain't.
Yeah,
that's.
I'm saying he's a perfect backup catcher. He's not. You know, he's never going to be the everyday catcher unless Kirky gets hurt.
Every time he talks to Hazel, he's like, there is some urgency for me to do well. Yeah. Like, I know every time I'm in the game, I need to do something positive.
Johnny in Vancouver, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Barker. I can't wait for the ABS system to get in the game because that was brutal. I really think we could have had a different result if we had ABS tonight.
Well, don't forget, though, I mean, the ABS system is going to be a challenge. So you're still going to have calls that aren't made. I mean, if you run out of your challenges, you know, and I mean, you probably would have used your challenges about 100 times today. But once you run out of your challenge, it's, you know, back to the old system. So I'm not certain the ABS in the regular season is going to make the type of difference people think it is. There's still going to be some crap umpires, regardless of that. Manny Gonzalez, Manny Gonzalez. Let's put it that way.
Boom. Well, my comment is this. I'm really glad that Vladdy Stein, he's going to stick around, but I'm really looking for him to take a step forward in his maturity, especially late in games and big situations. I think the scouting report on Vladdy is first pitch, second pitch, throw him something out of the zone. He'll swing and get himself out. I think my personal eye test on Vladdy, you know, in these big situations is that he rushes. He kind of wants to do something big for his team, and he gets pretty, you know, his swing gets pretty big, and he usually grounds out or lines out or flies out. Today he was lucky that Boston can't turn a double play, and he got an RBI. But I just wanted to take that step forward, slow the game down, and have better at-bats in late in games. I know he had a day off today, and the whole team needs to hit. you want to sweep a team, you want to sweep Boston and Fenway, you got to hit home runs.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And George Springer hit the only home run of the series for the Jays.
Crazy. You're not going to sweep Boston and Fenway with one home run from your 5-hitter, 4-hitter, 5-hitter, right? So that's not going to get done.
No.
Thanks, guys. Love you guys. See you guys.
Appreciate the call. And both Bassitt and Guerrero love hitting it at Fenway Park. Or they used to. Vladdy's 0 for 11 as a pinch hitter, by the way.
Yeah, it's hard to do, Jeff. It's the hardest thing to do in baseball. You know why I know that? Because I've tried it. You're sitting over there and you're tight as a stick. Then you get up there and you try and hit 100 because most of the time you ain't pinch hitting in the third. You're pinch hitting in the 7th, 8th, or 9th, and it's usually against the guy throwing 100. I think we're going to get more calls like this with Vladdy, right? The expectations for him went up. They're human now. Because of the amount of money that he's making, whether it's fair or not. The expectations that when he comes up in big moments like facing a Chapman and gets 100-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle, people are going to be expecting him some of the time to be hitting that thing to the moon. And when you don't, not saying people are not still going to love Vladdy and, thinking that, great that he's here and he'll be here forever, but the expectations have went up. Everybody's human. Like, that's just reality of life. So, yeah, I've said this. How many 6 worst seasons are we going to see? How many?
You need to see a few.
Yeah, a few more than we've seen so far.
You'll see a few. You got 14 years for the evidence to present itself. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's a lot of years.
Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a long court case. 4-3, the Blue Jays have lost to the Boston Red Sox in 10 innings. The Jays have taken 3 of 4 from the Sox. They go on to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in a 3-game series starting tomorrow. We're going to step away and come back. We'll take a look around Major League Baseball and go back to the phone lines as well. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
One of the best in the game at receiving the ball.
He's about as good of a strike zone controller as the Blue Jays have. To a team of elite defenders, he is Captain Kirk, a game caller in unison with this pitcher.
Does he ever have a knowledge of the strike zone?
Framing pitches with precision and a steady hand.
Kirk's done it again.
Be one of the first 15,000 fans at the ballpark on Wednesday, April 30th to get your Alejandro Kirk bobble arm. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your...
What's up, baseball fans? Thank you so much for coming back and hanging out here at Toronto Sports Insider for every single game of the Blue Jays season, this 2025 season. You're home for all things Toronto sports right here on TSI. It's finally here, opening day for our Toronto Blue Jays. After an offseason filled with roster moves, expectations are sky high. Be an electric atmosphere at the Dome, and we'll be breaking it down right here on Toronto Sports Insider. Be sure to like, subscribe, and jump in the chat and talk some Blue Jays baseball. Let's go Blue Jays! We'll see you in the chat.
Strap yourselves in for the best ride in sports.
Feel the intensity rise.
It's time to turn things up a notch.
Be here for all the drama, where one shot, one save, one moment can decide everything. See who will raise hockey's ultimate prize.
Let's get this thing going.
16 teams, one champion. The Stanley Cup playoffs begin April 19th on Sportsnet. Here for the Cup.
Of all the things that Timber Mart can lend a hand to build, Community ranks among the most important. And with the Timber Mart Local Leaders Initiative, we strive to recognize those dedicated to making their hometowns a better place to live, work, and play. From now to June 25th, you can vote to select our grand prize winner. They'll receive a $10,000 grant to support their outstanding initiative as Timber Mart's Local Leader of the Year. To vote, visit local-leaders.com. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Francis kicks and delivers. Called strike 3, 95.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Yeah, I had a little neck issue. That's why I kind of didn't go as long as I should. Had neck spasms 3 or 4 days ago, and then credit the medical staff to get me kind of where I needed to be to pitch. Just made sure it was loose. Yeah, I definitely would tighten up, so just made sure it stayed hot, and then just was smart with my body kind of thing. Kind of had a game plan going in of kind of where we wanted to be. Luckily, I got into the 6th, and then it was just, all right, what's smart so we don't flare it up even worse, so-called, for the next start, things like that. So, yeah, it was just maintenance.
There you go. That is Chris Bassitt talking about neck spasms, which is probably why, if you were watching the game on TV, you saw camera shots of him walking around. Looked like grandma's heating pad around the back of his neck. So neck spasms were the issue for Chris Bassitt. I wonder, John Schneider, what was the issue for Nick Sandlin?
I thought he had good stuff, just a splitter that Duran, gets to the middle, and I think the same to Rav. Struck out Cassis, and Story hits a ground ball that would have sent us to the 11th. So I thought he did his part. It's tough to battle 9 hitters and an umpire. I got all the respect in the world for him, but it wasn't a great day for him behind the plate.
Yeah,
well, that's going to cost you.
That's going to cost John.
That's going to cost.
He's probably going to want to double.
Worth it.
He's probably going to want to double his the amount he gets paid for his hit tomorrow with us now to cover the fine.
I mean, it's worth it. Good for John.
I think Manny
got to stick up for your players.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Manny Gonzalez is going to get fined for being poop, will he? No.
He'll probably get assigned to the World Series.
Oh, absolutely.
Exactly.
ALCS Game 1.
Let's take a look around Major League Baseball with Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. The Los Angeles Angels beat the Tampa Bay Rays 11-1. They hit 6 home runs, which I believe is the same as the number of home runs the Jays have hit all year.
You are correct.
And that's 6 more homers than Anthony Santander, Bo Bichette, or Vladdy have had combined. I think you can put it that way. I think
they have zeros.
That's my math. I think that's my math. The Yankees are in San Francisco. They'll be on later tonight. So the standings are as follows. And my computer just signed off, which is sweet. Drum roll, everybody, as I get my computer ready here. I believe the Blue Jays are still holding down. No, the Yankees are 7-5. 7-5. The Jays are 8-5. Boston is 7-7. Tampa's 5-7. Baltimore is 5-8. And of course, the Orioles will be the Jays' next opponents. And there's going to be a whole lot of 500, I think, in this division for a while.
Looks that way. There's all teams have weaknesses.
Yeah,
that's I think how you can say it.
Yes, I think every team has an area of real strength, and every team has an area of real weakness in this, and real weakness, like possibly, fatal weaknesses. In the case of the Orioles, they just do not have the starting pitching.
No.
In the case of the Yankees, I don't think they have the starting pitching. Boston, I thought they were going to be better defensively this year. Everything I heard was that they were going to be better defensively this year because of Bregman, because of Story, Campbell. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're still capable of making just some atrocious plays in the field.
It just looks to me like the game speeds up on the Red Sox more than it should, which is very odd saying who their manager is.
Absolutely.
It's just very odd that that's the case. And I'm with you. And I think the Yankees too, with Devin Williams as their closer, I think that's a thing. It's going to become a thing anyway, because that ain't Milwaukee.
Nah.
So, and he's been giving up some hard contact, some loud noise. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out too. There's a bunch of teams there have to score lots of runs. It's not the easiest thing to always do.
Brent in Halifax, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey guys, big fan of the show. First time calling in. Overall, really happy with the team so far. I really love this group of guys, and I'm just happy that baseball is back and that the Jays look competitive. I think taking 3 or 4 at Fenway is a pretty great result, all things considered. I probably would have been happy with the split. But my question is about Will Wagner. I'm a big fan of his game, but curious how he fits on the team moving forward. I think we know when Varsho comes back, Lucas goes down, but with Wagner, kind of feels like he doesn't have a position with Jimenez on this team, and they kind of need power from the DH spot, and that's where Santander should be every single day. So I'd love to know how you see that playing out and whether Barger, who can play third and the outfield, has a cannon for an arm and hits for power, is the better choice moving forward. Thanks so much, and I'll hang up to listen.
Yeah, I don't know if Will Wagner's your everyday third baseman moving forward. They have to find another thumper for the middle of the order. But he's with all due respect, when Dalton Varsho comes back, unless things change dramatically, and Nathan Lucas is not going down, Davis Schneider's going to get the one-way trip.
You would certainly think
to Buffalo, because he's an out. He's just an out. He doesn't contribute. He's a good dude and all that, but he's not contributing anything. Nathan Lucas gives you a professional at bat. He'll put the ball in play, and he's pretty good defensively. This organization likes Will Wagner, and Will Wagner's going to be in the lineup every day, someplace. First base, third base, he'll be DHing as well. They've obviously, they hit him in the middle of the order. Mm-hmm. Again, things are going to change, aren't they, Kevin, when Dalton Varsho gets back? Things will change. There'll have to be some adjustments, but I still think Will Wagner's going to be out there every day.
Yeah, he's going to play. He's going to play some first. He's going to DH some. He'll play third against the righty. Like against the righty, he's going to be playing a ton, like Alan Roden. If Alan Roden's on the team against righties and he's still competitive at the bottom end of that lineup, he's playing. Like they're not going to, have him on the team and sit him on the bench, because ask Vladdy. It ain't the easiest thing to do to sit over there and come off and have competitive at-bats. So you're not really wanting to ask a younger group of guys to try and do that consistently and compete and give your team something. So they're going to be playing somewhere. I'm with you. The Dalton Varsho thing, I don't think you overthink it. You send down the guy that ain't getting it done. And that guy is the obvious right-handed hitter. I don't care if there's a bunch of lefties standing over there. Let Ernie Clement pinch it. He's real good at it. Hey, let him do it.
Does anybody notice, by the way, that Miles Straw is now what? What is he, 8 for 16, something like that? I'll take Miles Straw over Davis Schneider in a heartbeat. He puts the ball in play, and he's a superior defender.
Yeah, and he could steal a base. He can go first to home. Right, you're paying him $11 million.
Yeah. Well, there is that.
Yeah, you forgot that?
I did forget that. He doesn't have the cool mustache, but yeah, he's.
I like Davis, but there has to be one of those moments where it ain't about like anymore.
Yeah.
Can you help my team? And right now he's not doing it. And maybe sending him down. I'm not saying if they send him down, you'll never see him again. Maybe sending him down and give him just a little time to exhale. Go down there and figure out what he ain't doing right. Start hammering balls. And once he's hammering it, then call him back up.
Yeah, very quickly, I want to go to Carlos in Richmond Hill. You've been waiting. Carlos, go ahead, please.
Thanks, guys. I think 3 out of 4 is not bad, even though today was tough. I think now that the Vlad thing's signed, the one thing this front office maybe doesn't get enough credit for is on pitching evaluation. And I'm not just talking about signing guys, but I'm talking about not paying Robbie Ray. Romano's velocity is way down. You guys have probably seen, and then the guys they've picked up. Even the Kikuchi contract while we had him, front 3 in the rotation. So I think the pitching has definitely kept us competitive. You took the words out of my mouth on Davis Schneider. He's 400 at bats last year, $191. Like the marriage is over, right?
Yes, and thanks for the call, Carlos. Yeah, it's we know what he is. The genie, there's no genie in the bottle. You can keep rubbing it, but the genie ain't there and ain't coming out. Genie's gone. Genie's gone to Buffalo.
correct me, Jeff, if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure they offered Robbie Ray a contract and he didn't take it because he got more from somewhere else.
Yes.
So it wasn't like they weren't trying to bring him back. He just got more money somewhere else. So, yeah, I'm a giant fan of Pete Walker's. Anybody that ever listens to me knows that. And I think he's one of the main reasons why they are real good at how quick they make the adjustments. You notice that? Like how quick Barrios makes the adjustment over the rubber, simplifying things just to get it done, to give the lineup a chance. He knows the lineup ain't going to do a ton, and you got to give him a chance to at least have the big inning. That's why you make the quick adjustments. For me, all Pete Walker.
And you keep him healthy. And one of the things the pitching coach is responsible for is sort of monitoring things and seeing that the starters stay healthy. So another good start today by a Blue Jays starter, Chris Bassitt. Not enough, though. The Jays lose in extra innings 4-3 to the Boston Red Sox. Tell you, folks, sweeping a 4-game series is tough. The Jays are on to Baltimore tomorrow. We'll have the game right here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Sportsnet 7 o'clock first pitch. So thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in St. John and St. Stephen, New Brunswick. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986. So protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection.
Major League Play-by-Play is now on SiriusXM Radio and online with the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game.
It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet.
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just walked it off.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
That's it! It's a World Series win for LA!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play. 4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and online with the SiriusXM app.
Internet 849, Brewers on Internet 856. 4:10 p.m., Boston Red Sox taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Red Sox on Sirius 106 XM 179 and Internet 844. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 7:15 p.m., Atlanta Braves taking the Philadelphia Phillies. Braves